Oh, live. What's going on, everyone? We are live with E3 2021. We are here past the joysticks. You know me, Pablo. Today I am joined by Snap Torpito that you saw in one of our videos before on the Let's Talk Gaming Raging. And today he's joining me to start off E3 week with Ubisoft and Gearbox. Pito, thank you for joining me. Now, how are you feeling about E3? How are you feeling? Are you feeling excited? What are you excited about? Like, talk to me. Tell me how we feeling today.
I'm excited for the Xbox and Bethesda showcase tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
You
Very
know,
excited. Very excited for that
let's
too.
see what Capcom has to offer
Me
on
too.
Monday.
That's gonna be incredible too. Oh my
It
goodness.
is.
Now talking about this whole weekend, I mean, this is like Christmas for us. This is Christmas for the gamers because we're here for pretty much the whole thing. Today we are starting with Ubisoft and Gearbox. How do you feel about Ubisoft overall?
I play some of their games that they released, not all of them, but I'm still excited to see what they have
Yeah,
in store for us.
no, of course, I definitely agree with you on that. They are definitely gonna bring something amazing, in my opinion. They're gonna bring great games overall. They're gonna bring good announcements, and I'm feeling good. Now, those who know me out there know that I'm not a big fan of Ubisoft as a whole, just because I just don't feel like they put out complete games. But lately, they have been coming out with amazing games overall. So, uh, we'll see. What games are you excited to see from Ubisoft, at least?
Hopefully, a new Rainbow Six game. You know,
Okay.
um, the Division,
Mm-hmm.
Heartlands. I'm
Yeah.
really excited to see that. Those are mostly the two, because
Okay.
those are the only ones I really play.
I mean, I will definitely say the same type of idea because the Division is one of their biggest games. Now, it's sad to say that the Division 2 didn't get as much hype as the first one did, even though the second one was really good still. But I feel like we were kind of like in the same territory that Bungie had with Destiny, where like the first one was like amazing, and then you had the second one where it's still good, but it wasn't like what it needed to be, in my opinion.
Hmm.
Now, how are you feeling about like the Division overall? Because I know you played a lot of the first one. How are you feeling about the second one, or I don't know, maybe new announcements for another Division?
I didn't play the second one as much as I wanted to,
Yeah.
but I put a lot of hours into the first one. I'm really excited to see what they have.
Mhm.
I want to see like the new abilities that they're gonna end up putting in the game, the map, see where they're gonna put us now. Before they had us in New York, now
Yeah.
they had us in Washington in the second one.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm kind of like in the same boat. I will. I'm hoping that if they do announce a new division or something new for the division, that they do bring something big, because it's sad to say. I mean, the division is an incredible game. It just didn't attract as many people as it needed to. And it would have been amazing to have something like in that caliber, like in a big scale. I feel like the division would have been like amazing, and I know they can do better. I know they can do something amazing overall with a new division if they do announce something new. So we'll see. But talking about one of their big titles, I know you're not a big fan, but give me your take on Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed, has been around for many years now. What are you hoping to see if they do announce something new for Assassin's Creed or anything? Because there has been so many rumors of different Assassin's Creeds and everything. What are you hoping to see if they do announce something new for Assassin's Creed?
Um, See what the latest release Valhalla. Hopefully they release like a DLC, not
Mm-hmm.
a new game right away, just more content for
For Valhalla?
Valhalla, more stuff for it, more armors and stuff. Because I watched it,
Yeah.
the gameplay and stuff, but I've never been one to actually play it.
Right.
So I
I,
would love to see like different scenery in the game that you can go to. because
Now,
it is such a beautiful game.
let me ask you though, did you play, this is completely a different game, but did you play Ghost of Tsushima?
I played a little bit of it,
Okay,
yes.
so Ghost of Tsushima was a game that was designed to take a stab at Assassin's Creed overall because it had kind of like the same idea of gameplay and overall style and everything, but Assassin's Creed, even though the fans wanted it, they never made feudal Japan Assassin's Creed. And just think about how amazing that would have been on an Assassin's Creed style in feudal Japan. Like, in my opinion, that would have been the way to go. But Ubisoft never took the leap, and they never did. And then you got this company from PlayStation that like completely destroyed this game, and they just made it and they killed it. Like, they did an amazing job with it. How do you feel like Ubisoft would have done in a feudal Japan type of area for that?
That would be a great concept for an Assassin's Creed game. I feel like they could really ace a Japanese style game like that.
Oh, definitely. I agree 100%. That would have been like the way to do it. I don't know. I in my opinion, they just needed to take that a little
The
bit.
leap of faith.
Yeah, they definitely needed to take the leap of faith on that. But I don't know. We'll see if they do bring something new, whether it's a new game for Assassin's Creed or whether it's DLC for the previous one. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys hope to see a new Assassin's Creed, or do you guys hope to see an Assassin's Creed DLC for the current one? Let us know down in the comments. Goldo, I don't think it's the camera that is crooked. I think it's, if you're talking about my TV up there, I think the TV, I turned it, so maybe that's why. But if it is, I'm sorry. Look at me crooked. It's okay. But anyways, now going into games that we know are coming, because Ubisoft has Far Cry 6. And Pito, you were looking at Assassin's Creed before we started, and you were kind of into it. So how are you feeling about Far Cry 6? What are you feeling that Far Cry 6 is gonna bring into the table?
I've never been into Far Cry.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been able to really play the games. But Far Cry 6 looks amazing. They were showing gameplay of it, like the
Yeah.
guns, the scenery, everything you can do, the pets you have.
Yeah.
It looks amazing. You have a wiener dog as a pet, an alligator.
Yeah.
It just looks amazing.
It really
Like,
does. I'm very excited to see what they bring with Far Cry 6, because I mean, Far Cry has been such a good series overall, and they have done amazing things with that. But I don't know. We'll see, because as Far Cry 6, it's shaping up to be like an incredible game. Like the size of it, all the stuff that you could do in the game. Like you said, the pets, the little wiener dog was just amazing. I really love that style. So that's gonna be really great. So the thing is, are they gonna actually deliver? Because people that I talk to this day, they still prefer Far Cry 3. And that came out many years ago. Now we are in Far Cry 6, and people still prefer Far Cry 3. So I personally only played 1 and 2 back in the day, and I wasn't too big of a fan. Again, it might come down to like me not being a big fan of Ubisoft as a whole, but I don't know. How is it gonna be? We'll see.
I don't know. I feel like everybody has their preferences with
Yeah,
games,
I agree.
but me not being a Far Cry player, 6 would definitely draw me in. I would definitely play it.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree with you on that. It's one of those games to definitely try. And it has Giancarlo Esposito, which is an amazing actor. They're using him as the bad guy in Far Cry 6. And if you guys know him, he's been on a few different movies and TV shows. One of the big ones that he did, of course, was Breaking Bad. So he is in the new game. So we'll see. I know he's gonna deliver regardless, and that's one of the main reasons why I actually want to get it, is because of him. Because anything that he does, he's amazing in it. So I'm excited to see what we do. Now they're showing out here one of your favorite games that you play to this day is Brawlhalla. I didn't even know that they were doing a crossover with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. How are you feeling about that? I do you still play it?
I play it once in a bit with a couple of my friends whenever we
Okay.
want to get back into it.
Mm-hmm.
but they always end up adding like new characters and different crossovers. They've done crossovers with WWE, with Cartoon Network. It's really cool the characters they be adding
Yeah.
into the game. It's But now that they're adding the Ninja Turtles, I might have to get back in there.
I mean, to be honest with you, I played it like for that one time when we played it together back then when it first came out, and I
Mm-hmm.
enjoyed it myself. But Ninja Turtles, man, I'm a sucker for Ninja Turtles. I love them, and that might draw me back in. And I know that they did the crossovers with different stuff, like you said, the WWE. They did Cartoon Network, so they have a bunch of different characters. It's crazy how a game like this could draw so many different titles and everything into the game. Like you don't really hear about Brawlhalla as that big of a game, but
Mm-hmm.
man, they are doing some amazing partnerships.
They are.
It's crazy. So, but I mean, we'll see. I definitely am interested to see if they do show something else, maybe a new partnership and everything with it. But I guess we'll see. Who knows, right? Um, what else they got? So Ubisoft is one of those big titles that now they have big titles like Watch Dogs. We just had the new Watch Dogs not too long ago. Are they gonna do something else with Watch Dogs? How are you feeling? Did you ever play Watch Dogs? Any of the Watch Dogs before?
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
It wasn't that interesting to me,
Mm-hmm. So
but I know that
you're kind of like me. Like you're not big into like Ubisoft as a whole, but I mean they do still bring amazing games and everything, and they're one of the bigger companies as a whole. But you do like one of their big titles, and you mentioned it when we started, and that was Rainbow Six. Rainbow Six
yes,
Siege was one of the bigger titles when it first came out, and incredibly enough, it still is. It's still like huge,
it is.
and it's
It's
just
one
it's
of
just
the biggest
continuing
esports
to,
out there.
yeah, it's increasing the popularity and everything as the time goes on. Now we mentioned it in one of our latest episodes that we did for the channel, and that was what was it? Rainbow Six thinking of doing like a story mode for it. So if they, how do you feel if they actually announce like a Rainbow Six story mode for it, or not even a story mode, but PVE mode for Rainbow Six Siege?
If they were to do that, that would be pretty cool. It would be hard to crack, right?
Hmm.
As like story mode itself, because there's so much lore that goes into the characters and
Okay.
all that. But if they were to do it, I would definitely play it. Put a few hours into it.
Okay. So I was thinking like personally I haven't played Rainbow Six in forever. But a PvE mode would definitely be very interesting because it attracts a new type of like style into the game. So like for example, not only you're getting the PvE mode, but now you're grabbing a new community into it because you got to think about the people that actually left Rainbow Six because unfortunately a lot of people from like Call of Duty and a lot of people from other companies and everything that came into Rainbow Six made the community very very toxic. Unfortunate to say because the game was amazing. It's just the community around Rainbow Six, it's just not amazing. But if they do bring PVE mode, now you have a lot of people that want to play with their friends and everything, and they can come back into Rainbow Six. Now they can try the game again. If they do fall in love with it, that's another opportunity for them to actually jump into the multiplayer again. So think about that also. So another big thing for Rainbow Six is obviously going into like you mentioned, character lore, new weapons, adding new maps that is gonna expand the actual playstyle. What are you hoping to see if they do announce something else for Rainbow Six?
Um, just newer, better operators, and if we're talking about Siege,
Mm-hmm.
new operators, new maps, not just reworks of the old ones. If we're talking about like a new Rainbow Six in general, like another Rainbow Six Vegas,
Man, Rainbow Six Vegas would be ridiculous.
that would be a heck of a game
I
to
agree.
release.
Man, Rainbow Six Vegas was just such a good game before, and if they do come out with something new for Rainbow Six, like a new game, Rainbow Six Vegas would be the perfect way to go. It would be the right way, in my opinion, to go. That would attract a lot of people into it. I mean, the sky's the limit when it comes to Ubisoft. They can do so many things, so many new games and everything. Now, I was talking to you before we started the show, and I was mentioning a new game that they announced a few years back, and that was Skull and Bones. So, you play a little bit of Sea of Thieves, of course, and
Yes.
Sea of Thieves is a great pirate game. I probably it's the best pirate game out right now. Now, Skull and Bones was this huge title that they announced, and it was going to be a larger scale pirate game, and it was going to be more realistic style. They were going to add a lot of stuff into the game overall. So Skull and Bones, I mean, how would you feel if Ubisoft comes out and they finally give us some more news of Skull and Bones, and they actually give us a confirmation date because it's now set for 2022. We don't have an actual confirmed time for it, but it's coming for that. You are big into Sea of Thieves, like I mentioned, so a new, bigger scale pirate game in a more realistic setting. Would you be interested in something like that?
I would. I really would. I would be very excited to play the game,
Hmm.
especially if it's like as realistic as like actual pirate ships and all that,
Yeah.
and how it actually works.
Hmm.
Is like going into it, destroying other pirate ships, going for the loot, actually roaming if there is islands that you get to roam, and all that. That would be amazing.
That's just amazing. Like it's just crazy to think on how more of a bigger scale they can do something like that. Because Sea of Thieves is actually pretty big as a whole. It's a pretty good map, and the game style and everything is actually pretty fun. But having a more realistic sense to the pirate ships, and then of course graphic wise, just the quality of the water itself. That's like little things that can attract the gamer, and that would be just amazing in my opinion.
Hmm.
But we'll see. There's so many things that Ubisoft can bring into their game style. They can bring so many different games. Now let's talk about the sleepers of Ubisoft. Let's talk about the most anticipated ones of Ubisoft. So Nick, that does the show with me, he is always waiting on a specific game from Ubisoft. He mentions it every time that we mention Ubisoft, and he is waiting on it. Now I'll ask you, Pito, what are you hoping to see from Ubisoft from their sleeper games or any games that they haven't done in a while? I don't know if you're a fan or if you ever played their big games back in the day, but one of their biggest games, and this is the game that Nick wants to see, is Splinter Cell. And Splinter Cell, man, have you ever played any of the Splinter Cells before?
I don't think I have.
No? Alright. So Splinter Cell is pretty much one of the biggest espionage games out there. It is a very tactical game, probably the biggest game that came out for espionage back in the day. And they haven't made one in many years now. So, man, are you into any of the espionage games like, Dishonored, any game that requires some stealth and everything?
I like them, but I'm not good at them.
You're more of a all hands on firepower and everything going out there crazy.
Guns blazing type of games are for
Okay, all
me.
right. So you're more into like the, Doom type deals, Call of Duty, anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I get it. I get it. So espionage games, in my opinion, I feel like Splinter Cell is the game to beat, and Ubisoft really can bring that. So if Ubisoft really announces a new Splinter Cell game, that would just shatter everything. This is the way to start E3, in my opinion. So bring us something new, bring us something fresh, because this is the first day of E3. So just bringing something big will keep people thinking about you. Keep people thinking about, damn, the first day of E3 really opened. It was just ridiculous. So they need to do something big. Now we don't only have Ubisoft, but we also have Gearbox. Of course, the first presentation that we're talking about now is Ubisoft, so we'll focus on that. We'll talk about Gearbox a little later on. But Ubisoft really needs to bring it, in my opinion. They really need to bring some good news and everything. We'll see what happens. Um, they are showing different games there, and one of the big games that they have is The Crew. So, are they gonna bring something new for The Crew? Did you ever play The Crew?
I think I played like the opening mission for
Okay.
the first one, and that was it.
Okay. So, The Crew was it was a great game. It was a really great idea. The fact that you can actually meet up your friends in the middle of the map and just start racing and everything with other crews, the idea was amazing. I couldn't get into it too much. It doesn't have necessarily anything to do with the game itself. It's just because I didn't play too many car games. But I feel like the crew could have just done a little bit better. If they do announce something, some sort of improvements for the crew, then hey, maybe it's the time. Maybe it's the time to actually bring it in. But we'll see. We'll see what they actually bring into the new showing. Are you hoping to see anything new for the crew? Would you be interested in going into the crew as a whole?
The racing games used to interest me a lot,
Mm-hmm.
so I still have some affection towards them. They
Okay.
sometimes draw me in. So if there's
Mm-hmm.
something like unique about it, I'll probably try it.
Okay.
But there's nothing really that I like
Yeah.
want
No.
from any racing game
Yeah. No. I
or the
agree.
crew in general.
I agree. I mean, the racing games could be so much better. It's one of those that they just need to make something new, something that actually attracts the player.
Yeah.
And there are those players that just play racing games. There are those players that that's all they like, that's all they play. And hey, more power to you. But you wanna, of course, grow your community in a good way. So adding something that attracts everybody else would be amazing. We'll see what they do. The crew would be a great opportunity into that. And now, finally, let's talk about like a new Ghost Recon. I know you mentioned Ghost Recon in the beginning. What are you hoping to see if they do announce a new Ghost Recon or something new?
I wasn't really that into I'm not really that into those type of games because I'm not good at them,
Okay.
right? But like to me, whenever I see them, I just feel like they're kind of repetitive. The Ghost Recon games, at least.
Okay.
So I don't know, just new gameplay, better sceneries,
Mm-hmm. So Ghost
better
Recon,
abilities and guns.
yeah. I mean, Ghost Recon is it's a huge game. I wish I was like into the games because the games do look beautiful. They're great looking games, but there's really nothing that attracts me into them. Ubisoft is man. I really wish I like Ubisoft a little bit more because they're a great company overall. They need something for me to get in there. And the last game that they came out that I actually mentioned in my latest episode was what is it? Immortals, Phoenix Rising. So Immortals was an amazing open world game, and it was a good game. So that was the latest game that Ubisoft pulled out that I was actually into. So I just need something from Ubisoft to actually grab my attention because I wanna like Ubisoft. It's not that I don't. It's just that they haven't had anything to actually pull my attention in. It's sad because they have so many great games like Assassin's Creed, Watch Dogs, Far Cry, everything like that. But they need something for me to get in there. And Far Cry is looking like to be that game. What would you say, Pito, is the game that will attract you into Ubisoft? Like so far, obviously Far Cry. What would you
Yeah.
say that? What game do you think Ubisoft can pull out, or what can they do to pull your attention in?
With the if they announce a new Ghost Recon, the PvP for it did look pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
So if they do something big with the PvP and a newer Ghost Recon, I feel like it would draw me in.
Okay. Yeah, a PvP and Ghost Recon and everything that would be amazing. And it's something they can definitely do something new because I feel like that's what gamers need nowadays is something different, something new for an overall game. Something
Yeah.
new so that way the gamers don't have like, kind of like a repetitive game style because we're getting so many battle royales. We're getting shooters that all look the same. So they need to make something new that attracts the gamer. And Ubisoft has the tools. With the amazing games that they have the tools to make an amazing PvP game that will attract a bunch of communities from different players like Apex, Call of Duty, Battlefield, all these players from different companies, bring them into it. Because, again, it is amazing with, what is it called? It is amazing with Rainbow Six, but what type of content are you offering the gamers from these different type of game to actually attract them into it? I don't know. We'll see what they do. They have many possibilities. Goldo is commenting here on an Assassin's Creed in the Edo era Japan. So we did talk about that in the beginning of the show. Definitely would be into an Assassin's Creed in the Japan style era, like an Edo era Japan. That would be my style because we talked about Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima, in my opinion, was like the perfect game last year for PlayStation. If Assassin's Creed would have taken that idea of Ghost of Tsushima, that would have been like the game, in my opinion. That would have been what Assassin's Creed needed for anybody to get into Assassin's Creed. Even people that don't play Assassin's Creed, that would have been the game for it. Gamers have been waiting for Assassin's Creed to do like a feudal Japan era for Assassin's Creed, and that would have been like the game to do it. Like even Pito, you mentioned about how well Assassin's Creed would have done if they would have done like a, feudal Japan type style for Assassin's Creed. How do you think gamers would have responded to that?
They would have loved it, in my opinion. Just like they loved Valhalla, heading into like the Norse mythology type of stuff.
Mm-hmm. It would have been like incredible style overall because an era Assassin's Creed would have been the way to do it overall. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what they do, and we'll see if they actually bring something new. All right, we're 60 seconds into into Ubisoft's show. Let us know in the comments. Stay for the complete show. We're gonna leave the stream here so you guys can watch the show. Let us know what you guys think. Let us know your predictions. Let us know how you guys are feeling about the show. And then after the show, we're gonna talk about everything that we saw. Me and Peter will go through all the game trailers, any world premieres that they showed, and we'll go through them. But for now, enjoy the show, everybody. Thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned. We're gonna leave the show open for you guys. All right. I'll catch you guys after the show. See ya.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Ubisoft Forward. I'm Neelam.
And I'm Yusuf. We're so thrilled to be back hosting Ubisoft Forward. Over the next hour, we'll be your guides to all the latest news and exciting announcements coming from Ubisoft.
We've got so much in store for you today, including deeper looks at Far Cry 6, Riders Republic, and Rainbow Six, plus a few other surprises you'll find out about soon enough.
Neelam, I'm excited. We're filming this together. We got this gorgeous set. E3 is back. But I know why y'all are here. You want to see games, so let's get right into it.
The Rainbow Six operators are facing off against an evolving and deadly threat. You'll no doubt have noticed that the alien parasite has spread to new areas. It's time to suit up and step into the containment zone.
Here's a deeper look at Rainbow Six Extraction.
I used to feel so much peace staring into the heavens until a piece of it fell. and the nightmare began. We thought it could be contained, but it evolved. So we did too.
One of our own is MIA. I need an extraction team, now!
If there's a way to stop them, you will find it. But I know you will find me first.
Okay, the plan. Nomad, secure our exit. I'll take out the nests.
And I'll find Ivana. I have your signal. Let's go.
We're already out of the nests.
Incoming! Clear the area!
Stand back!
Down.
Clear! Let's move out. Clock's ticking.
I found her. Ivana, hold on. I've got company.
Coming through!
Countermeasures.
Check. Make for the exit. An apex! Get down!
Ella, look out! I don't have the gun!
Not so fast.
Target the breacher! Now's our chance!
Nomad, blow the door! Cover me!
Hey, you all throwing me a party?
Yeah. Too bad you missed all the fireworks.
Team, it's Ash. We're not done yet. VIP down and...
Now, I know you must have a ton of questions after seeing that trailer, and we have answers as well as a full gameplay walkthrough coming up, so hang tight. My name is Richard. I'm a resident community developer coming to you from North Carolina. We're thrilled to be back to give you an introduction to Rainbow Six Extraction. With me today in Montreal, I have Bruno Lalonde, our lead technical director, and Alicia Fortier, game designer, to help walk us through. Alicia, what can we tell our players about Extraction?
Extraction is a 1 to 3 player co-op experience. You might think you know what you're getting into since there's going to be some of your favorite Rainbow Six operators, but it's going to be completely different because this time you're not fighting against each other. You're coming together to face an unprecedented, evolving alien threat. Some of the operators' abilities, gadgets, and tech should feel familiar to Siege players, but this time, as you progress through the game, you'll unlock new ability upgrades and a whole new arsenal specifically designed to take on this new threat.
So the operators we just saw in that trailer are very familiar, but what happened to Hibana?
She got captured. In Extraction, you're always putting it all on the line. If you or a teammate falls during an incursion, you're gonna go missing in action. You can't play MIA operators until they're safely recovered. You and your squad are gonna have to come back together to get back in there and get them out. Every time you go in the containment zone, you risk losing all your progress and upgrades. So stay on your toes and weigh every move you make.
Balancing that risk and reward scenario is going to be tough. Bruno, can you tell us a little bit more about the alien threat? What is it? Who are they? And where do they come from?
What we know is the Archeans are an evolved form of the parasite that was first detected few years ago during the outbreak event in New Mexico. But a lot have changed since. The parasite has spread to 3 new regions, emerging in several containment zones within New York, San Francisco, and Alaska. This is what we know so far. Within the containment zones, the alien ecosystem is in a continual evolution, as incubation nests and their sprawling tissue spawn procedurally, taking over different areas of the map in reaction to the player presence.
The parasite is always spreading, always evolving. But it didn't look too happy about the operators disturbing their new home. What are we facing off against?
Well, the black goo-like sprawl is probably the first thing you will take on. It spreads to the map once your presence is detected, slowing progress and helping the Archeans. Some of the other threats you may have seen in the trailer are the long-range spiker, the explosive breacher, the shape-shifting tormentors, and the apex. There's a lot more species of Archeans and mutations that have been observed. More to come on that very soon.
Thank you both so much for joining me. I'm really excited to dig into more of the details. We still have crossplay to talk about. Yes, that's right. Extraction will bring everyone together regardless of the platform. And for our Rainbow Six Siege community, we have exclusive unlocks for you in both games. Okay, you've been waiting long enough. Let's take an exclusive first look at some gameplay footage. Here is Rainbow Six Extraction.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Extraction, the new tactical co-op shooter game where Rainbow Six operators are dropped into alien territory. In today's walkthrough, we're on a mission to investigate anomalies identified at the Orpheus Research Center in Alaska. HQ will provide additional instructions.
We need new data on the parasite's underground network. It keeps evolving, adapting. Plant auto trackers on dormant nests. Don't destroy them or we'll lose the trackers.
As a squad of 3, Ella, Alibi, and Sledge will use their operator abilities to complete objectives, assist each other, and obliterate Archeans in their way.
Drone spinning up.
That's a grunt. Easy for a nest to incubate and bring to life, not so easy to eliminate in large numbers.
Converge on location. Nice and quiet.
The enemy reacts to intrusions in their ecosystem, including operators.
Eliminate my target.
So stealth tactics are the way to go.
Visual on nest. Place auto trackers for our React scientists.
Auto tracker activated.
Visual hostile.
Auto tracker activated.
The parasite generates sprawl, a substance that connects their whole ecosystem. Alert an Archean, and a nearby nest wakes up too. Archeans move faster in sprawl, but operators get slowed down.
Take my guy out.
The squad can use their React light to see bioluminescent properties in Archeans and in the environment. The contrast helps to better identify targets.
Nest mapping complete. A scientist just gave me the thumbs up. Good job.
Identifying Archean variants helps the team determine the best approach to take them out.
Scan grenade.
Spotted a rooter. It can immobilize anyone in front of it, so Sledge will swing around back.
Get out of there before the swarm appears. Don't push your luck.
Airlock, go!
Airlock sequence initiated.
That was close. Here, the team can regroup and resupply. Airlock doors will open onto the next subzone, which will be tougher than the first.
We need tissue samples from those Archies, and we need them gone. Use your react blade. It's right there. React blade, do your thing.
That target is finished.
One down. We're not done yet. That's your target. Don't put it to death just yet. Get that sample.
We've located a spiker. It can fire armor-piercing projectiles. Alibi deploys a Prisma hologram.
Deploying the bait.
End of the line. The squad can use React tech to go further in incursions. The more intel they collect, the more tech they'll have at their disposal to fight off this threat. It's all about teamwork to outsmart the enemy.
Barricade that spot. Reinforcing the wall.
Creating a choke point is a good idea to increase the arc mine's efficiency.
Eyes on hostile!
That's the way. Keep hunting.
That's the React threat sensor. Smasher incoming.
Wow, that did it. Take out the leader, no leader for the Archies to follow.
Another objective completed. The squad can either exfil at the extraction point to bring home the latest intel, or move to the next airlock. The third subzone will be the most challenging yet, a true test of both tactical team strategy and operator reflexes.
Some Archeans are responding to an elite as if they're communicating. No way we'd let them mobilize against us. Hunt them down until the elite comes out of hiding. The elite will show up any second.
Enemy located! Eliminate my target! I'm compromised! Eyes on hostile! Operator down!
We have an operator in stasis.
An operator is now MIA.
I don't know if you can hear this, but we're mounting a rescue. Hang tight.
You heard it. A rescue mission is underway. React still needs you.
Operators, it's time to unite and stand together against this emerging threat. Squad up with friends in co-op or step into the containment alone.
Stay tuned for more Rainbow Six Extraction intel coming very soon.
If you think fighting aliens is tough, try learning guitar.
Well, that was a segue.
10 years ago, Rocksmith redefined music learning by introducing the first console game that taught millions how to play guitar.
Whether you're already an expert or just starting out, Rocksmith has an approach that's for everyone. A fun and interactive way to learn guitar, playing your favorite songs. And in the decades since its release, our community and its impact have only amplified.
This year, let's turn it up to 11 and see what's next for Rocksmith.
was anything reached into the walls. It's all for you. Recall the venomous desire that struck on any day, like a bayonet array in the afternoon. Song for you. It's all for you. A song for you.
I'm Arthur Von Nagel, producer at Ubisoft San Francisco, and Rocksmith has truly been a dream project for me. As a lifelong gamer and a touring musician, Rocksmith is what I wish I had when I started learning music. And that's why I'm thrilled to share the next evolution of music learning, Rocksmith Plus, a new interactive music learning subscription service available this year. Learn how to play guitar and bass by playing along to master recordings of your favorite songs. Connect your instrument to your PC, console, or mobile device and get real-time feedback as you play. Connecting with Rocksmith Plus will be easier than ever now that you can use your phone as a microphone. Download the app, log in, sync to Rocksmith Plus, set it down, and play along. Now, acoustic players and electric players with amps can use Rocksmith Plus with no extra gear needed. It's a game changer. And we're excited to reveal Rocksmith Plus will have a huge amount of songs at launch. All songs in the library will have chord charts that'll be perfect for rhythm players who want to learn the foundation of a song to hum and strum along to. We'll still have the note-for-note, authentic arrangements for players that want to play songs exactly how the artists originally played them. And each week, we'll release a steady stream of new authentic arrangements to keep growing that portion of the library. We're also introducing the Rocksmith Workshop, a new tool that lets users create and add their own arrangements for songs we've licensed. Your subscription will give you access to all those songs, more content than ever before, including genres beyond rock. We'll have pop, hip-hop, country, Latin, R&B, all sorts of metal subgenres. We'll have music from all over the world, from big stars to indie darlings. It's the most diverse song library ever seen in music learning software. Rocksmith Plus will still have our proven practice features like adaptive difficulty and riff repeater, which let you practice and learn at your own pace, or slow down and repeat tricky parts until you master them. We've improved those features in Rocksmith Plus and are introducing new ones. Beginner and intermediate players will benefit from more personalized learning, thanks to an enhanced recommendation system and more robust progress tracking. Players won't just see their growth on a single song. They can now monitor their progress technique by technique across the board, and overall offer a better sense of how you're improving over time. Advanced players will be happy to know we're introducing a new Rocksmith tablature view. That way you could take advantage of Rocksmith Plus's song library and practice tools in a format that's familiar and one that will hone your tab reading skills. We're excited to announce that you can register for a chance to participate in our closed beta right after the show. Visit our website at rocksmith.com to get an early look at Rocksmith Plus and help us test and create the future of music learning. Thank you so much to the amazing fans who have enjoyed and supported Rocksmith over the past 10 years. Let's jam together with Rocksmith Plus for another 10.
Register now for a chance to play the Rocksmith Plus beta. Summer's coming, and nothing gets thrill seekers' blood flowing like bright sun and fresh trails. And Riders Republic will give them just that.
Last year, you got a first look at our massive multiplayer outdoor sports extravaganza. Since then, the project's grown by jumps and grinds.
Greetings, thrill seekers. This is the Riders Ridge, the Republic's stomping ground. From here, you can meet like-minded riders, manage your career, learn to nail those wild moves, stay stylish, share your creations with the Republic, stay on top of the latest news, and take up some ferocious multiplayer action like Free-for-All or Tricks Battle, our 6 versus 6 team competition. So, here's how it works. Performing big tricks on the modules will turn them from red to blue, and every trick that you stomp will contribute to your team's overall score. Still with me? Okay. When your team has turned all the modules blue, you capture that district, which will help multiply your score into the big time. Progress, progress, progress. To unlock more content, you gotta earn those stars. So, if you want to be the boss of your own career, the world's most famous competitions are waiting for you. Now, some might say the best parts of the Republic can be found in the city playground. We've got modules that you can slay for days. Maybe you're all about living on the edge. Either way, to progress, you gotta earn those stars. Having the right rig is important too. And we've all got our preferences. All right, I get it. Sometimes you just want to explore and bathe in nature. That's right. Everything you do counts. Getting those stars means more rad to be had, and the Republic will abide. There's always something awesome to do as you reach new milestones and unlock more challenges. It's the Red Bull Joyride, people. It's infamous. It's spectacular. It's the biggest stop biking. And guess what? Your friends. There is so much more. More stunts, more sports, more events, just more, okay? And a natural outdoor playground for you and your friends to enjoy, any way that you want. When we say fun with everyone, we mean it. Look at all these riders. Does this speak to you? Then don't miss out on mass races. Easy Rider. See you soon.
Don't keep the mountains waiting. Riders Republic is coming September 2nd, and you can pre-order now and claim your right to rip.
Okay, so we've seen some of our favorite Rainbow Six operators battling alien parasites, but how's their day job going?
You know, ever since Crimson Heist, we're still trying to clear all those pesky Flores drones off the maps.
Year 6 is off to a blazing start, with Siege passing 200,000 concurrent players a few weeks ago. If you haven't joined in yet, 2021 is the perfect time to drop in.
Six years into our journey with Siege, we are humbled and grateful for the enthusiastic community that has supported this growth. So today is all about sharing quality of life developments that will dramatically improve player experience.
With the community growing every day, we've been hard at work finding ways to improve your ability to play with your friends and meet new players. On June 30th, we are unifying our PC and cloud-based platforms with crossplay and cross-progression. That means that any player on Amazon Luna, Stadia, or PC will be able to queue into games together while having a unified account progression.
And for console players, in early 2022, crossplay will be available between PlayStation and Xbox platform, and the cross-progression will be available between all platforms. For these updates, we needed a bit more time in order to prepare and make sure they have a smooth launch.
Bringing these player bases together benefits everyone. It will finally allow you to play with your friends across different platforms. It also means that your progression will now follow you, anytime and anywhere you play.
We know crossplay is a feature a lot of you has been anticipating, and we are thrilled to see the enthusiasm its announcement has inspired. From your amazing fan art to the awesome cosplays, the Rainbow Six community is the lifeblood that keeps this game moving forward.
We cannot thank you enough for your support. It is because of you that Siege keeps evolving and growing.
To wrap up, here's a brand new animated trailer starring Thunderbird, the new Defender joining Team Rainbow. Check this out.
Ready?
6 years ago, I met a pilot. She saved my life.
Damn.
That symbol, what does it mean?
This jacket was my father's. Dagu Wankan, Wichachpi. The Creator's star has many meanings. Love, wisdom, bravery.
Suits you.
Listen, I need to get this bird in the air. You try to get some rest.
You're the boss. What's happening?
Shh. Wait, that's it? What happened next?
Why don't you ask her yourself?
New projects aren't the only things to be excited about this year. Take a look at the incredible updates coming to our live games in 2021.
From the release of the Ghost experience to the latest teammate update, Ghost Recon Breakpoint keeps evolving thanks to your feedback. But that's not all. As 2021 marks the 20th anniversary of the Ghost Recon franchise, we are happy to announce that there are still many more surprises to come. Stay tuned, Ghosts.
Just Dance has always been about connecting with friends and family. When you're in good company, there are no bad dancers. So move the coffee table, alert the local homeowners association, and let's get loud.
Hello, my name is Todrick Hall, and I'm a singer, dancer, actor, director, and choreographer. I am super excited to announce that my song, Nails, Hair, Hips, Heels, is going to be a part of Just Dance 2022.
Legs, face, eyes, thin waist, thick thighs, you, me, you, wish, new phone, who, this.
But that's not all. Oh no, for the first time ever, the Just Dance team and I are collaborating to give you an exclusive version of my song for Just Dance 2022.
Girl, I don't dance, I work. I don't play, I slay. I don't walk, I strut, 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 and then sashay.
To me, Just Dance allows people to express themselves through dance and to celebrate who they are and their individuality in such a fun way. Just Dance has transformed millions of lives, and I hope that this song brings you all so much joy, whether you're dancing alone or with a group, to work out, or just to have fun. It's going to be a great time, and I can assure you, you will not just play, you will absolutely slay. The new lyrics were handcrafted specifically for Just Dance, and let me tell you something, they're full of sass because, you know, they were written by yours truly, but I guarantee they are going to give people so much confidence. That's the reason why I wrote Nails, Hair, Hips, Heels, and now it's been Just Danceified. I don't think they're ready for this jelly. I hope you all have just as much fun dancing to this track as I had making it. Oh, and one last thing. You will have the opportunity to be a part of the making of my new video, which will be released alongside the new Just Dance track. For more information on how to participate, darling, just check the link below. We got you. I cannot wait to see you all living your best life and being the most fabulous you have ever been. I will see you all in Just Dance 2022.
Girl, I don't dance, I work. I don't play, I slay. I don't walk, I strut, 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 and then sashay. But I don't work for free. That's not the tea, hunty. So make it rain on me, and I might let you see. Okay, dolls, y'all know what time it is. Come on, everybody on the floor. I want to see you work. Come on, nails, hair, hair. That's all.
It's time to get our Viking on. It was a big year for the new chief of the Raven Clan, but your journey with Eivor is far from over.
In November 2020, we released Assassin's Creed Valhalla. To our delight, it was the biggest launch for any Assassin's Creed game to date, and we have you to thank for that. Becoming Eivor, a Viking leader going on a quest to fight for a new home, is an adventure that resonated closely with many of you. I certainly had fun exploring England with Eivor and stumbling across unique world events that left me with memorable side stories.
Thank you, Eivor.
We're amazed to see how you dedicated yourselves to the Viking lifestyle. You've led more than 300 million raids in total, and built more than 100 million buildings in your settlements. Congrats. Eivor still has a long journey ahead, and we've been continuing to offer free updates for all players to enjoy post-launch. These updates include time-limited festivals, new quests, and even whole new game modes, such as the River Raids update and the Mastery Challenge. We add in community-requested tweaks and features too. For instance, we'll be adding one-handed swords in the coming weeks. The team is also working hard at tackling issues and improving the game experience for everyone. We've been tracking various known issues on our forums and also shared our complex bug-fixing process in a recent dev blog. We love seeing your continual feedback, and we thank you for your patience and support for the game. On top of regular free updates, we're also building on Eivor's story and the world of Assassin's Creed Valhalla through game expansions. Wrath of the Druids released a few weeks ago, allowing players to explore Ireland and battle a mysterious cult, the Children of Danu. In our second upcoming expansion, you'll get to relive the Siege of Paris. This is the most ambitious battle in Viking history, taking place in war-torn Francia. You'll have to do everything in your power to uncover enemy secrets and form strategic alliances in order to safeguard your clan's future. Players may be excited to learn that black box infiltration missions are returning. This means you're given a goal for a mission, but how you'll achieve it is up to you. Expect new abilities, weapons, gear, and of course, new enemies. Watch out for the Siege of Paris coming this summer. Assassin's Creed has long focused on the exploration of history, and we are happy to announce that the new Discovery Tour will be released this fall. It will be free to all who own Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Explore the world and take a deeper dive into the history of the Viking Age. The team has crafted a new experience where you'll get to play as people during the time of Vikings and follow them in their endeavors, big and small, while collecting exclusive rewards. Whether you're an Assassin's Creed fan with a heart for history or a student looking to supplement your knowledge, the Discovery Tour Viking Age will have you covered. Assassin's Creed Valhalla doesn't stop here. For the first time on an Assassin's Creed title, we'll be supporting the game well into its second year. While this year will be a very active year for the game, we're already working on more expansions for next year. Something tells me that Eivor is not done with Odin yet.
So you've seen some great games from us, but we also have news about the movies and TV series we've been working on.
Our Ubisoft Film and Television team has some exclusive content to share. Up first is Mythic Quest, the workplace comedy set in a game development studio that's streaming on Apple TV+. If you haven't watched the second season yet, here's a look at what you've been missing before the upcoming season finale.
Why do you have goosebumps?
This is an involuntary reaction to...
Being inspired?
I was emotionally manipulated.
What's the difference? That's it. Except, make it about me and not the world.
I feel really seen and heard.
I don't want to see you or hear you.
She played us to get what she wanted.
She inspired us.
She emotionally manipulated us.
What's the difference?
Up next is an exclusive look at a new trailer for our feature-length movie, Werewolves Within. It's a whodunit with teeth that'll be coming to theaters June 25th and on demand July 2nd.
Hello, everyone. I am Josh Rubin, the director of Werewolves Within.
And I'm Sam Richardson, the star of Werewolves Within.
Werewolves Within was based off a Ubisoft game, and we're so excited to bring you an exclusive look just for you.
Check it out. Dr. Ellis?
I told you, she's probably tanked.
Touch this door again, I'll shoot. Again.
Dr. Ellis?
Hey,
knock them off, please. Look, we need answers.
It didn't disappear.
What did you say? It didn't just... Shh. What?
It's not Emerson Flint. It's one of you.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Okay, well,
What did her eyeball say?
look, we don't understand. Could you just please come out?
I'm afraid I can't do that, Ranger Wheeler. You could be one of them.
What is it?
One of what? A what?
A werewolf.
The roads are effed. Something's wrong with the generator. Also, there's a dead body under your porch. Yes!
I'm gonna go get a croissant.
Out of curiosity, who is packing? We having a good old-fashioned sleepover.
With guns, though.
With guns, yes.
Everybody's going, how the heck?
Not littering, I'm just excited.
Not judging, just watching it. Follow Mythic Quest on Apple TV+. And be sure to catch Werewolves Within this summer, in theaters or on your on-demand platforms.
No hero story is complete without a great rival to match them. After all, even the most vile tyrant is a star of their own narrative.
When it comes to memorable villains, no one does it better than Far Cry.
Please, we have to get on that boat.
Abuela, what the hell I'm gonna do with baseball cards?
Do you have any idea what these are worth? Let us through.
Marco, always making new friends.
Danny, you're late. Where's Alejo?
He gave up his ticket for his family.
Bullshit. Alejo is an orphan.
Alejo's not going anywhere anymore. Come on, Marco. Let them on.
Vamos.
Good man.
Gracias. A boxing cow.
Gracias.
Don't worry about it, chamaco.
Here. That's all I've got.
This isn't right, Danny. We should be fighting, not running to the Yankees.
Alejo gave you a fucking gift, Lira. We survive. Same as the orphanage, same as the academy.
What's that?
Please, no, this is a fishing boat. You mean, no!
Before he was El Presidente, mi papa loved to fish. We would go out on a boat, just like this, and we would catch the fish and then release them. He would say, it's not always about your stomach, mijo. It's about the challenge. Except when he caught a big, fat, juicy marlin, he was too proud to let that fish go.
Si, Tirano! You have poisoned Yana! You have poisoned your sword!
I've caught a very big fish today. Haven't I, Diego? Diego!
No way.
I have caught you, mijo. Now it's time to bring you home.
I don't want this anymore, Papa.
We have no choice.
Let them go. They can work. Make Viviro.
Truth or lies?
Truth.
They could be good workers. They could help rebuild paradise. But if you wanted them to live, you would have never set foot on this fucking boat. 13 years old. And Diego has such compassion for his people. These fish, we will catch and release.
You've just seen another disturbing lesson from Anton Castillo, passed down to his son Diego as he grooms him to become the future ruler of Yara. The most important part of crafting a Far Cry villain isn't the fact that they're evil or shocking. It's that there's someone that could sit across from you at the dinner table and charm you into thinking that everything they believe, no matter how twisted or horrifying, could be absolutely true. That's the secret to Anton's power, and we couldn't be prouder to have him join the Far Cry family. Now, when creating Anton, we had quite a lot to live up to. Because when you think Far Cry, you think about its rich legacy of villains. Which makes today a very special day for Far Cry fans. Not only did we get to see into the mind of Anton Castillo, we finally get to unveil some of our post-launch plans. Our dream was to honor the Far Cry villain's tradition and introduce a brand new experience. It is time to see the other side, go further down the rabbit hole, and it's up to you to find a way out.
What is going on? Who's watching who?
My, what a happy family. RJ, tell your mother and sister to...
You are alive. That is all that matters.
What the fuck?
Peekaboo, motherfucker.
Where the fuck am I?
I too am a king who isn't afraid to slaughter to get what he wants. In my way!
Is this a test? A dream? An opportunity? Then I will not waste it. Beyond salvation. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
We're so excited for you all to check out this next game.
Oof, Neelam, I can't wait to get my hands on this one.
We are now approaching our destination.
The whole team is super proud of this new game, and I can't wait for you to experience it.
It's fair to say that we did something quite surprising with the concept of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. And for this project, we didn't want to stop there.
Hi everyone, Mario and the Rabbids are back. And I'm so excited to be back as well today to unveil our new project, Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. We are diving back into this unique crossover with even bigger ambition, expanding our universe on a major scale. This time it's not just the Mushroom Kingdom, there is an entire galaxy to save. To do so, you will lead a brave yet reckless team of unique heroes, including some fresh faces like Rabbids Rosalina and other surprises. On their quest to repel evil across the galaxy, their spaceship will bring them from planet to planet. They will be facing a powerful villain, Cursor, an enemy unlike anything our heroes encountered before. But they won't be alone. By their side, they will have their new allies, the Sparks. These surprising creatures, born from the merge of Rabbids and Lumas, will lend their wild powers to our heroes. Their natures and origin are at the core of our story. But let's keep some surprises for later.
After the tremendous success of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, the entire team was moved by the amazing reception from players across the world. We were stunned by the love we felt for this unexpected team-up. We know we've been off the radar for a while now, as we wanted to take the time needed to bring this crossover to the next level. It's not just a new story with new enemies, new heroes. Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope has big ambitions. It introduces new action elements into the mix that will push the boundaries of tactical games even further. That being said, we also wish to offer an easy-to-play experience for all players, yet hard to master for those of you that are willing to take the challenge. And you'll be able to experience this cosmic adventure exclusively on the Nintendo Switch. We can't wait to tell you more about the game soon.
There is an entire galaxy to save, and we cannot wait for you to experience it.
So we're not done yet. Let's check in with our CEO, Yves Guillemot.
Hi everyone. As you have seen, we have a fantastic and diverse lineup of games coming soon. And this is just the beginning. Thanks to all the teams at Ubisoft for what they achieved and for always striving to deliver the best possible game experiences. I'm humbled by their resilience, energy, and collaboration, especially during what has been a challenging year. I'm also proud of our industry's ability to bring together millions of players from around the world to share memorable experiences and moments of joy. This is one of the real powers of video games, and it is what motivates everyone at Ubisoft to do our best. Finally, my sincere thanks to you, the players. We appreciate the trust you place in us. Your involvement in our games communities keeps them growing and vibrant. We want to create original, enriching, long-lasting game worlds. And your contributions, feedback, and support make it possible. We also are proud that some of the biggest names in entertainment trust our creative teams to develop games within their universes. For example, you just saw Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, developed in collaboration with Nintendo, where everyone's favorite Mario and Rabbids characters return for an all-new adventure. And speaking of great partnerships, there is one more exciting thing we would like to show you today. It is a glimpse of the amazing journey that awaits you in one of the most beautiful but dangerous places of all, brought to life by the latest version of our Snowdrop engine. I'm excited to share this first look with you now. Enjoy.
understand now.
You and I are gonna tear shit up!
Begin the refight!
That is crazy.
Awesome.
Like I said, man, too much fun.
Thanks to Eve and all the devs that joined us to share what's new with Ubisoft.
Today, we battled some Archeans in Rainbow Six Extraction, learned some new songs in Rocksmith, got an adrenaline rush from Riders Republic, lit up the dance floor in Just Dance 2022, visited new shores in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, witnessed a chilling confrontation in Far Cry 6, and teamed up with our favorite man in overalls in Mario plus Rabbids.
Don't go anywhere. There's still more to come in the post-show.
Bye, y'all.
All right, and we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, what a show. What a good show Ubisoft actually brought. They actually surprised with a bunch of different news and a bunch of new games that they have. So it was interesting. How you feel, Pito? How you feel about that show?
I liked it. They surprised me with a few things.
Yeah. They definitely killed it with the announcements and everything. But I'll tell you one thing, how they closed it out was amazing. That announcement on freaking, what's it called? Avatar? I got my notes here. What was the name? Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Wow. Incredible. How you feel about that, Pito? Are you a fan of Avatar, by the way?
I just recently watched it on Disney Plus for the first time not
Man.
that long ago, and I didn't see the hype around it. I watched it for the first time, loved it, and now I'm really excited for the game.
Hell yeah. Like Avatar is just an incredible story. Avatar is an incredible game overall. Like the old one, because they had an Avatar game back in the day, and that game came out in 2009. So it was Avatar the game in 2009. That was amazing that they actually are working on a new Avatar game. I'm very excited for that because the old one was pretty cool, and I can only imagine the stuff that they can do on a new engine that they have, because they have their own engine now, the Snowdrop engine, and I can only imagine the things that they're gonna do. But let's talk about the show overall. how you felt about the announcements, everything that they came out with. What was your favorite thing that they announced?
For me,
Yeah, for you. You're the only one here,
um,
probably. Everything that they came out with, because they came out with really good announcements overall.
Riders Republic.
Oh man, Riders Republic. That was
That
an
looked really nice.
Yeah, that was a really good announcement. Holy crap. I didn't even know that that was coming. That was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying something during the show about it. Tell us about it.
To me, like off of first glance, it kind of looked like Skate 3 and like Tony Hawk Underground,
Mm-hmm.
like combined, but then meshed with a lot of other things. But it looks like a really fun game. I wonder how many people they're like gonna have in one lobby.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more news about it because it's looking really cool. I'm excited to see everything that they're gonna be bringing with that game because the fact that you can do a bunch of different outdoor sports, it's pretty cool. So like you have cycling, you have snowboarding. It seemed like with the wingsuit and everything that you can do like cliff diving. I'm assuming that's looking pretty cool. But Riders Republic looks really cool. That really impressed me. Again, Ubisoft actually bringing it. That's very cool. But they opened up the show with Rainbow Six Extraction coming out on September 16th. So how you feeling about that? We were talking about like a PvE mode before the show started, and here it is. It's a 1-2-3 player for Rainbow Six. So how are you feeling about this?
It looks really cool. It doesn't have the same like aesthetic as Rainbow Six Siege, but it has the operators and like their same abilities. But they're going against, aliens and different like type of species that there are there. It looks really nice. You get to upgrade different abilities, but you lose all your like stat tracking.
Yeah, when you go back
If you
into like
mess
the
up,
safe room or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Looks really interesting. I'm really excited to play that.
Yeah, super excited for that. That was like what I was saying that if they announce something like that, it would actually attract me back into Rainbow Six, and here it is. So definitely it'll be something to look forward to. So I'm definitely gonna look forward downloading Rainbow Six again, and then maybe give it another shot when the new one, the new PvE mode comes out. So Rainbow Six Extraction comes out September 16th. So that's something to look forward to. I'm very excited for that. Then they continue the show with a game that has not come out in 10 years. And they just came out with a new version of it. It's Rocksmith Plus. So if you guys are out there wanting to learn an instrument, wanting to learn a guitar in specific, Rocksmith Plus is coming out. And that is actually a really cool concept of somebody that doesn't know how to play a guitar or somebody that is actually experienced in playing guitar. Rocksmith Plus allows you to, either hone your skills or learn a new instrument, which is actually really nice. I'm excited to see the new Rocksmith Plus and see what it actually brings because they actually were talking about coming out with new songs coming out every week, and then you can actually use your phone this time as a microphone, so you don't need all the chords or anything like that. You don't need an amplifier, so all you need is your guitar and then the game. So it's actually really nice to come out with something like that. And then you can actually sign up for the beta today on their website. So you can go to rocksmith.com and then sign up for the early access beta, which is actually pretty cool. They mentioned Riders Republic right after, which we mentioned already, and it's a multiplayer outdoor sports game, which is actually really interesting. So me and Pito might be dabbling into that once they show more about it. So that's going to be really interesting. I'm excited for that one. And then Rainbow Six Siege. So in Rainbow Six, man, they announced crossplay. How you feeling about having crossplay in Rainbow Six now? How do you think the community is going to be now?
It's gonna expand. You're gonna have more people to play with, at least, right? And there's cross progression as well. Let's not
Is
forget
there?
about
I
that.
didn't catch the cross
Yeah,
progression,
it's
but that's awesome.
crossplay and cross progression
Wow.
across all platforms.
Across all platforms. That's amazing.
Crossplay is for PlayStation and Xbox.
Yep.
Cross progression is all platforms.
Very nice. Okay.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Very
you know,
nice.
you get to play with your PlayStation brethren if you're on Xbox.
And you can play with everything. That's awesome.
Mhm.
All right. So the crossplay is and everything is coming first for PC, Stadia, and Luna on June 30th, and then they're gonna be releasing it for all platforms later on early 2022. So that's gonna be pretty cool. I'm excited for that. We'll see what they come out with. And
They also
then
announced an operator.
oh yeah, they did come out with a new operator.
It was
I forgot the name. I didn't write it down.
Thunderbird.
Thunderbird. There you go. Yeah, the actual animated trailer was actually pretty cool. So
Yeah,
it seems like it's gonna be
was.
really nice. I'm excited to see what they bring. I'm not very familiar with the operators and everything. I know they said there is gonna be a new defender, right? So is that a type of the of operator, defender?
They have operators for defense and for attack,
Okay.
and they're put in like different classes with each other. She's gonna be part of the nomads.
Ah, okay.
Mhm.
So is that a defender, a defense class?
It's part of like the military. I'm not really like knowledgeable on that, but I just know that she's part of the nomad class.
Okay. That's gonna be interesting. So having a new class and of course having cross-play and cross-progression across platforms, it's gonna be very interesting. And then of course they mentioned Just Dance 2022. A new Just Dance, of course. How can Ubisoft not show a Just Dance on their E3 showing? So Just Dance, obviously for you guys that like to get your bachata on out there and everything, Just Dance 2022 is gonna be coming. I don't know if it is gonna be coming with bachata or not, but it is gonna be coming with 40 new songs, and it's coming in November 4th. So November 4th for Just Dance. You like Just Dance, Pito? You get your bachata on Just Dance?
I like it. It's a fun game to play.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty fun. And of course, it is the game that has been staying for the best dancing game, or rhythm game, I should say. Best rhythm game out there. So it is going to be interesting to see what new songs and everything they come out with. And then they talked about Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which is the first ever Assassin's Creed that it is going to be fully supported for year 2. And that is going to be interesting. So they actually did not announce a new Assassin's Creed. They just announced that new Assassin's Creed Valhalla is going to be fully supported for another year. And it's going to be coming out with a new DLC called The Siege of Paris. Yeah. So that is going to be pretty cool. Having the first Assassin's Creed ever being supported completely into another year. How did you feel about the trailer? I thought it looked really cool.
It did look really cool.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see what they bring into it. They mention a bunch of different gods and everything with Odin. They showed Fenrir, you mentioned, which I didn't catch. But yeah, it's gonna be cool seeing what they bring into the game, and they are gonna be throwing out new updates soon, which is gonna be bringing bug fixes and new features into the game, which one they showed was one-handed swords that they're going to be adding into it. So it's going to be new combat features and everything into the game. So very excited for that. And they closed out the game with saying more to come. So just keep your eyes open because there will be more to come for Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Very exciting to see what they bring. And then they went into mentioning their TV shows and movies, which the TV show looked pretty interesting. The movie looked really cool. So I'm excited to see what they bring with that movie. It is the movie was Werewolves Within, which is from a video game, I guess, that you've never heard of. That's what they said in the trailer. And then Mythic Quest, the new TV show, or the TV show that is going into season 2 or finishing season 2 on Apple TV. So very exciting. We'll see what they bring with that. I wasn't even familiar that Ubisoft had their own studios and everything working on TV shows and movies. Did you? Do you even know?
I didn't.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I knew that they had like Tom Clancy game, like shows.
Oh yeah,
out there.
shows. Yeah.
but I didn't know that they had like their own studio.
Working on their own things and everything. Pretty
Mhm.
cool. And then after that was Far Cry 6, man. Oh my god, that trailer, Pito. Wow.
I'm gonna end up playing the game.
Yeah, no. that was incredible. I haven't played a Far Cry in many, many years, and man, Far Cry 6 looks crazy. That trailer was something to watch with Giancarlo and everything coming into the ship and talking about everything that he did with his dad. Man, how did you feel looking at that trailer, Pito? How did you feel about that?
You can see the fear in their eyes when he stepped on the boat,
Mm,
and I love it.
yeah, man.
To have like a main villain that menacing,
Crazy.
it's it's interesting. I really want to see the gameplay and how it's all gonna work.
hmm Yeah, I'm on the same boat with that. I definitely wanna see what goes into the game and everything that the story is gonna entail because it looks really interesting. I'm excited to see what they bring with Far Cry 6. I did mention that I need something from Ubisoft to actually draw me in, and man, they really killed it with Far Cry 6. That trailer really drew me in, and I'm excited to play a new Ubisoft game, to be honest with you. So that is gonna be very interesting. But after Far Cry 6, they mentioned Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope. I know you're not big into Nintendo games overall, but I did play the first one, Kingdom Battle, and Mario plus Rabbids. It's kind of like a turn-based strategy game, which looks really, really fun for the new one. It is gonna be kind of like a crossover with Mario Galaxy and Mario Rabbids and all that. So it's very interesting, very cool. We'll see what they announce later on if they show more on the Nintendo conference on Tuesday. So it'll be cool. We'll see. And then of course they closed out the show with Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora coming out in 2022. Wow. Pito, that was just
Looks amazing.
oh my god. That is just think about the stuff that they can do. Just think about everything that they can do for navigation through Pandora, everything that they can do. That was just ridiculous. I am very excited for the new Avatar game. So we'll see. We'll see what they bring with the new Pandora or the new Avatar. I know you mentioned that you recently watched the Avatar movie and you loved it. So
Mhm.
how excited are you now to see this game? Now that you know about Avatar.
If I would have seen it like without watching the movie, I feel like I still would have been kind of excited
hmm
because it looked really good.
It did.
But now that I know like
About
the
it.
entire Avatar story
Yeah.
from just a movie, I am so excited to play that game. The
Yeah.
movie was
Beautiful.
probably one of the best movies I've ever watched.
I agree. It's probably one of the
And
best movies out there.
the game should be equally as interesting.
I agree. It is gonna be like top tier, and how it looks so far from at least the teaser that they showed was actually really nice. I'm excited to see everything that they bring out with that game. But we'll see. I mean, Avatar, the last what is it? Frontier of Pandora, or the last what is it? The Frontiers of Pandora, yeah. Coming out in 2022. Hopefully we hear more about it later on as the time goes on, and then Ubisoft releases more content on it. But so far, with that little teaser that they showed, I'm excited. So I'm ready. But that was the show of Ubisoft of E3 2021, and it was really interesting overall. But we'll see what else they show as the time goes on. So Ubisoft really brought it. I'm very excited. Pito's excited. We've never been excited for Ubisoft games overall, but we'll see what they bring overall. Anyways, thank you guys for joining us. We are going to be covering Gearbox a little later today, so just stay tuned for that. We'll be back later on for the content for Gearbox. All right? Catch you guys later. And what is up, everybody? We are back with the pre-show to Gearbox. And you know, Gearbox, it is one of the smaller developers, but they have helped with a bunch of games. Like, you know, Borderlands being one of their biggest ones, of course. And then they also have other games like, you know, Brothers in Arms, Duke Nukem, Homeworld, and then they helped on a bunch of other ones like Godfall, Risk of Rain, Earthfall, Homeworld 3, all those games like that. So overall, it's an amazing game, or amazing publisher, I should say, amazing company, developer. So I'm excited to see what they bring. Are you familiar with Gearbox, Pito? Have you played any of their games?
Not really. I know about Borderlands, right?
Okay.
And Brothers in Arms.
Okay,
That's
very
pretty
nice.
much it.
How do you feel about those games that you actually do know about, like Borderlands, Brothers in Arms, and everything?
Brothers in Arms was a really cool game.
Yeah.
I used to like watching it. Borderlands, I really couldn't get into it.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't my cup of tea. I kept watching it and I tried playing the first and the second, but I couldn't click with it.
Okay. No, and it's fair because when it comes to like Borderlands overall, it is kind of like its own thing. And what I would say is you are into looter shooters as a whole because you do play a lot of Destiny, of course, but obviously that's made by Bungie. But what I would say is you should definitely give Borderlands 3 a shot because it is a well-made game, and overall it's a great looter shooter with a really fun story as a whole. So now, when it comes to Gearbox, what are you hoping to see? What are you expecting? And you mentioned one of them early when we were doing the pre-show for Ubisoft. What are you hoping to see that Gearbox brings on their showing?
Just probably like another Brothers in Arms, a new one.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't come out with one since like
forever.
360 days.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
What I would
one that's
mm-hmm.
like,
go ahead.
It's an oldie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really like familiar with it, but some of my older friends are. Duke Nukem, right? So.
Yes. That's my top game right there. If they actually bring a Duke Nukem, that would be the game right there for me. I would love to see a new Duke Nukem because I did mention in my previous, in my most recent episode of the channel, that Duke Nukem actually brings a new style of gaming, and it's pretty cool to see that style. And if it can bring so many new players into what Duke Nukem was, so it would be perfect in my opinion. It would be like the game to actually bring. Will they bring it? I mean, we'll see. There's so many different things that they could do. And this is one that has been a meme all over the place. It has been everywhere. But man, we're still waiting on it. And I hope they actually say something about it. But it is Half-Life. Man, Half-Life was an incredible game back in 2001. And I feel like that would be the perfect game to bring into next gen consoles, or even like a new style of Half-Life would be amazing. But it's kind of like a long shot, but we'll see what happens. And of course, if they announce something new and fresh for next gen consoles, like a new IP, that would be like amazing because Gearbox is one of the better developers out there that they can bring some new style of gameplay and whatnot. I don't know if you're familiar with Godfall, the PlayStation 5 game, but they had a dip in that. And Godfall was an incredible game. So, did you ever see Godfall? Did you play it?
No.
Godfall definitely is the game, in my opinion. If they have something like that, if they bring something new to Godfall, that would be definitely the way to do it. But we'll see. Gearbox overall will bring amazing games and amazing new IP if they do announce anything like that. I feel like they would be the ones to actually bring it. Especially day one, because we just saw from Ubisoft, and Ubisoft really brought it big. Ubisoft really brought the big hands with the Avatar game, new stuff for Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and all the new stuff, because before we started this pre-show, we were talking about it, and Pito is really excited for the Riders game, aren't you, Pito?
Yes, I really am.
The
It looks
Riders,
really fun.
Riders Republic,
Like,
yeah.
it looks different than other games that we've been playing,
Yes.
and it seems fresh and something fun that you
Mhm.
can just hop on with your friends and just be like, "Hey, let's do this." And with all like the different game modes that there are, and probably like the bigger lobby sizes,
Mhm.
it seems that you can pack a full crew with you
Yes.
and just spend the night doing that.
Just playing that, just doing, you
Yeah.
know, crazy stuff and everything. I agree. It is something new and fresh because, and I did mention it on the pre-show before Ubisoft, was that we needed something new. We needed something to actually be different than everything else that we've been playing. And here's Ubisoft bringing Riders Republic and bringing us something new and fresh. Like, that was just amazing. And you mentioned something fun because they did show a little snippet of the gameplay, and they showed a game mode that you can actually take over certain ramps and everything with your team, and it turns the color of your team. And you mentioned something interesting. What was that?
The Tony Hawk Underground, where it was you against someone else battling it out to take certain spots with your color, right?
Yes.
And you had to land a better like trick than them to get it. And I
Mhm.
used to play it a lot with my brother back in the day.
Mhm.
It was really fun.
I gotta be honest with
And
you. I
if,
completely forgot about that. That's crazy.
if it's like that, then I know I'm gonna end up spending, way too much time on that game.
Hours.
Yeah.
Hours on that because man, it is so like when you mentioned that, it just brought so many memories back because I forgot about how Tony Hawk Underground was, and I am super excited for that. And how at least from what they showed, it was like that. It looked like that at least. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what they do bring for it.
And just from like the snippets, it kind of looked like you can customize your character
Oh yeah.
and how like their outfits are and all that.
Mhm.
If you're able to like acquire cosmetics in game
As you're
for
playing,
free
yeah.
just by playing,
Yes. Like no
that
pay to
game's
play or
gonna be
anything.
so much fun.
I agree.
Like, let's say you complete a certain challenge by doing a certain trick,
Yeah.
and
Like
you
even
unlock a
like
cosmetic.
what was that game that came out not too long the dodgeball game that came
Knockout
out.
City.
Knockout City, yeah. Knockout City came out and they gave you the season pass for free.
Mm-hmm.
And you can unlock a bunch of other things and everything for free. So if they can do something like that, or in that realm, that would be great in my opinion. That would be really
Yeah.
fun, and you can unlock like certain skins or new stuff for your boards or new color schemes, stuff like that. That would be great. I would love that. But Knockout City really was the one that really took the show for me, for Ubisoft. I think for you too, right?
You mean
Oh,
Riders?
Yeah, there you go, Riders.
Yeah.
Sorry, Riders.
It was.
It was definitely great. But I'm excited to see
It
what they
looked
what they
really
do.
fun.
It does. Obviously, that one and Avatar were the two that stood out for me, and they were something new. Obviously, Far Cry was amazing, that trailer, but we didn't get any gameplay. But that trailer was just mind blowing. It was crazy.
Mhm.
But I want to see more of Far Cry before I actually dive in there. Definitely Riders and Avatar was the one that took it for me.
We were talking about this in the pre-show, like before the pre-show. With Extraction,
Mm-hmm.
whether or not it's going to be a separate game, and
Oh,
like
yeah.
how long the matches are going to be,
Mm-hmm.
and how everything's going to run.
Yeah. With Rainbow Six Extraction, it's interesting because what we were thinking is it gonna be its own game or is it gonna be an addition to Rainbow Six Siege? Because thinking about it, if it is a separate game, then obviously they can charge you, like a full game for it. Or if they add it into Rainbow Six Siege, it could just be a free-to-play type of download into Siege, just to bring more players into the Siege community. And I feel like that would be the right way to do it because you want more people to play your main game, which is Siege. You've had it supported for, when is it, 6 years now? Or something like that, something crazy. And
Yeah, it's 2015.
yeah, so that would be the way to do it if you want to bring more people into your game. It would be giving us the new one free to play on Rainbow Six Siege as an addition into it, and then of course you're bringing that big of a community into it, and then you'll be like, okay, since we played this, let's go into a multiplayer game. So you're growing this community into it. That would be perfect. And you brought up a good point, because they can do it like Call of Duty does their own thing. Like Call of Duty does on their menu, if you want to play story, multiplayer, Warzone, and they're all additions into the game. So that is just an interesting way of doing it. I feel like that would be the right way, at least. But we'll see. Gearbox is next. We'll see. It's coming up in just under 2 minutes. So I'm excited to see what they bring. Hopefully something new for Borderlands. Hopefully something new for Godfall is what I'm hoping for. Pito mentioned that if they do bring something new, like a new Brothers in Arms, that would be amazing. But the sky's the limit. I mean, Gearbox, it's up to you now. Thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned for after the show, so that way we can talk about what Gearbox did, and we'll go through it. Gearbox is the last showing of the day, so make sure to stay tuned for everything afterward. We'll leave you so you guys can watch it, all right? Thank you guys. Stay tuned. Keep watching. All right.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jackie.
I had to hold them off.
Jackie, what do you want to see? What do you want to see from Gearbox?
Okay, so 2 things. Number one, I mean, it's E3. We're all here for video games,
Of
right?
course.
But okay, we got to talk about the movie. I'm
Yes.
super amped for
More
Borderlands.
movie talk.
Huh?
More movie talk.
I know, what did I just say?
No
No
more
more movie talk. Okay.
But-
But really quickly, I do want to see Kate Blanchett walk out and
Yes.
just be like absolutely stunning and amazing. And then Ain't No Rest for the Wicked.
Yeah,
Just
the
come
song.
on,
Yeah,
Cage the
yeah,
Elephant song. And I just think that would be perfect. That's all I need. Just like a little walkout. And then Tiny Tina's Wonderland.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. That's what we all want.
Absolutely love Tiny Tina. She is just absolutely nutty in the perfect way. And this is going to be a fantasy epic. So I just want to see more, and I want to see what they're planning. So that's me. Those are my 2 things.
Yeah. Just to echo on it, Tiny Tina Wonderland, I want to see what they do with the mechanics of Borderlands and, you know, add some new flares in there, you know?
Of course,
That's what
yeah. I mean, that's what, you know, it's, you know, based or inspired by, right, that DLC that everybody loved from Borderlands 2, which was Tiny Tina telling you a story.
Yeah.
So to have
Her narration.
Right, and then the fact that
Amazing.
she's the, you know, the bunker master here, right?
Yeah.
She's going to
Yeah.
be telling you this D&D game. That sounds awesome, and I want to be a part of that. I'm excited, of course, yes, for the movie, because they've shown all the silhouettes for the team now. Let's see what the characters look like. But then also, I think, you know, we look past it all the time. The Gearbox publishes a lot of games.
Very true.
And so what they could possibly have up their sleeve, what surprises they could have for us today, that's a big part of this equation, even though we immediately jump to Borderlands.
And when you talk Gearbox, you got to talk about Borderlands. I get it, but I'm excited for this one, Greg.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to wait any longer. Without further ado, let's turn things over to our friends at Gearbox Software.
Welcome to Gearbox University, where inquisitive minds encounter compelling opportunities. At Gearbox University, our aim is to broaden your intellectual horizons and enrich your global perspective. Gearbox University was founded in 1999, just 15 years after this 80s orientation video was made. We offer numerous degrees across a multitude of fields, including sociopathology, supply chain management, and storytelling with a European-sounding accent. Gearbox University comprises 3 unique colleges that will place you on whichever path to success is right for you. At the College of Gearbox Software, we can shape you into the looting, shooting vault hunter you've always believed you could be. At the College of Gearbox Publishing, we offer advanced degrees in Norse mythology, projectile meteorology, or regular meteorology. You can even write your thesis on the deification of gravity. Finally, there's the College of whatever the hell else we're doing, with specialties in badass bunkernomics, history of magic, enlarged vehicle maneuvering, and yes, even Hollywood filmmaking. Did you hear we're making a Borderlands movie? It's true. Let's learn more about all the innovative opportunities you can find at Gearbox University. Dynamic, pioneering, groundbreaking.
Hey everybody, if you don't know me, I'm Randy Pitchford, the founder of the Gearbox Entertainment Company and executive producer of the Borderlands franchise and all of the great games that we do at Gearbox. I am right now on the set of the Borderlands motion picture, in development, in production. We're shooting. This is a live soundstage, and I thought, since I'm here, wouldn't it be cool if I walk you around a little bit and show you some of the cool stuff that we're doing? Let me walk you this way. This is a live set. There's guys working on the movie right now in real time. We've been everywhere. We've been in the caves of the Caustic Caverns.
What's up, haters?
We've been in the desert, in the sand quarries. We've been in the stone quarries, doing all kinds of amazing stuff. Actually, look, this is. Hey, Eli, can I grab you for a second?
Yes.
This is Eli Roth, our director.
Hey everybody.
This is E3. These
What's
are
up,
our
guys?
gamers. And you've got Edgar
I
here.
know. We have so much. He doesn't exist in the game, but he exists in the movie and in real life. It's Edgar Ramirez.
Well, Edgar Ramirez's character Atlas exists hypothetically in the game. We've never met him before in the game or in real life. We're meeting Atlas for the first time in this movie story. I'm so stoked that you're here doing this.
Thank you, man. I'm very happy.
This is going to be a blast.
Congratulations.
Oh, thanks. Look, I feel like we're just getting started. The whole point is to entertain people, and this movie that Eli's making, it's unreal.
I mean, we have. I don't want to say what we're filming, but it's lots of blood, lots of guts. It's totally bonkers, but it's also very Borderlands. I have learned how to twirl a Vlad off.
You know what? I think we should. Let me show this.
Yeah, we can show that.
This is
the stunt one. That's
this is video game fans will recognize this is the Infinity. It's a Vlad off Infinity. And you've gotten pretty good at twirling.
Well, they have ones that actually, this one is light, so I could really learn to twirl because I don't want to smash a real one.
Good at that.
But Kate's amazing. She can side twirl, she can double twirl.
That's right.
She can do the front twirl.
Isn't it unbelievable how she's brought Lilith to life?
It's
I can't wait
crazy.
for you to see. Kate is a god.
I saw, everyone thinks of Kate from Blue Jasmine or Carol, all the things she's done. And House of the Clock on the Walls, I saw how unbelievably funny she was. And I noticed that she brought out the great dramatic acting in Jack Black, and Jack brought out the great comedy in Kate. She was so into it. She wants to really, understand it from the inside out. Like, what are the powers? Where do they come
It's
from?
wild to watch her walk like Lilith. That blew my mind. She's totally done it.
We want to make a real great science fiction movie. We don't want to just make a great video game adaptation movie. I just want it to be a great.
Well, that's the key, right?
Great you just have to make a great sci-fi movie. Period.
And it's really come to life. So for Borderlands fans who play the video game, if you have people in your lives that you want to introduce to Borderlands but aren't going to play the game with you, this movie's how you do it. You can bring your family, your loved ones, bring them to the movie.
We want this
and
to
introduce them to Borderlands. They're gonna love it.
We want this to be like a gateway drug for the non-Borderlands fans. I mean, look, the great thing about the game is there's so much to it that you're telling 80 hours of story every time. I mean, people can live in the world, so we have to create a different experience. And the experience has to be thrilling in a different way and exciting. Have all the things that the fans love. Easily the best cast I've ever worked with, but just a world-class cast of actors that all came in just to come in and play, and everyone is so into their characters. Like, we see way Florian's playing Creed.
Florian is killing it.
Ariana is Tiny Tina. Kevin is Roland. I mean, Kevin is a man on a mission.
I can't believe
he's
watching
playing
Kevin
full action star.
go full action star. I think he's really going to surprise people. I think Kevin's over there actually, and I know Lisa is trying. Lisa, our
trying to
first
get a
AD,
shot. Go get him.
You go to work. All right, come with me, guys. Come with me. I'm going to see if I can find Ari and one of the producers and Emmy. The Arods are legendary. Hey, Ari. Can I interrupt you, man? Guys, this is Emmy and Ari from Arad Productions. Ari Arad has made a whole bunch of awesome movies. You're probably familiar with the Arads from Marvel, right? Because Avi Arad was the founder and the CEO of Marvel Studios, and they created a movie called Spider-Man, and then Iron Man. I believe you were the executive producer.
Yeah, I worked on that one.
You worked on it, and then the X-Men, and then the Avengers, and I think it's gone from there. These are the most successful movies of all time for comic books. And the pitch you gave me was, hey, that was cool. We figured it out with comic books. We think that video games are the next frontier of this, and we think Borderlands is the perfect video game. And you were really flattering. And how was I to you? I was kind of
It's kind of a jerk, wasn't it?
You made us work for it. You made us work for it. But you were right. You were right.
Well, you have to understand, like, we get hit up from Hollywood people all the time, and it's a different world. Like, what we have to do to make video games is a completely different skill set than what you care about in making these incredible films. And I wanted to make sure that if we were going to partner with somebody on the film side, that it was with people that cared about our universe, cared about our fans, and cared about the character and the worlds that we created, and was going to actually develop it. Not just, a lot of these guys will collect options and just throw it at studios, just see where they can get business done. And I probably beat you up for like 2 years plus.
Oh yeah.
We called it dating for 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. I remember.
You remember, we were dating for years. Yes. And but we did a deal, and it's been a long road.
Yeah, but you know what? We're here and we're psyched, and it's been worth it. Feels like we used that time pretty well.
I can't believe it.
And we're really proud of where we're at.
It's pretty amazing. So we're more than halfway done with the shooting.
Yeah. Well,
we're about 2/3 of the way done. Oh, look at this.
All right.
We got Eli again.
We have a really funny shot.
Oh yeah.
With the trash, we should be shooting it behind the scenes.
I was told that we can't.
I don't think we can give it away, but I think that for him, anyways, for our behind the scenes, we should get it.
Oh. So I'll tell you what, you guys. This is Eli. This is Ari. Oh, don't look that way. You can't. No, this way. Look this way. We can't show. Yes. I don't want to. Okay. So guys, it's going to be an amazing E3. Borderlands the film is going to be absolutely incredible. We've got some cool stuff to show you. I know some of you are interested in seeing more about the new game that we have announced, and learning more from Gearbox Publishing. So you're going to get all that. I wish I could be there in person, but since we're digital, we're going to do it this way. Thank you guys, and I'll catch you later. Cheers.
Among the many innovative courses offered by Gearbox University, make sure you check out Borderlands Science. By solving the puzzles, you can contribute to real-world research studying the human gut microbiome. For you freshmen in the audience, here's our leading scientist, Mayim Bialik.
By playing Borderlands 3, you can contribute to real-world scientific research that helps real people. You'll be directly helping our scientists organize and compare this doo-doo.
I'm the conductor of the poop train!
With Borderlands Science, you too can be the conductor of the poop train. And while you'll reap in-game rewards when you play, the real reward is knowing that you're making the world a better place. Gearbox University. We're not even charging tuition for this.
The Homeworld game started in the mid-90s. It would be the first ever truly 3D RTS. So that was a big deal in, the late 90s.
Fate. It soars on the wind. It rises from the grave. It stalks the ocean floor. You cannot hide from fate. But you can make your own.
Quick question. We're not talking about yet, right?
That is correct.
It's my favorite. Hi, I'm Kayla Belmore, and I'm senior producer on Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. So what's really unique about Wonderlands is it's a looter shooter, which is, pretty classic for Gearbox software, but for the first time ever, we're setting it in a brand new fantasy environment. Even though it's inspired by some of the content we've made before with Assault on Dragon's Keep, a fan favorite.
Roll for initiative, suckers!
It's a completely standalone plot, new set of characters with some nods to the past, but if you've never played a Borderlands game before, you can absolutely jump right in and enjoy it just as much. So we're absolutely excited to talk about all of our new enemy types. So that is one of our wyvern enemies. You will absolutely be fighting them. They're not your average wyvern. So of course we've got goblins. You definitely can't have a fantasy game without goblins, but again, we like to make them our own. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope that you are as stoked as we are about Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Follow us on our social channels to find out the latest and greatest news. Enjoy the rest of the show.
This franchise has been around for so long. Here we are years later, and we keep looking at Homeworld 3, this has to happen.
The giants have come to Midgard, and you have been chosen by the gods to protect this realm. But your first task is to find some new clothes that aren't as drafty. Your tribe's journey starts in the wilderness. Hunt down pets, gather rare resources, and explore the untamed world. Once you've plundered all you can carry, return to your village and use those resources to forge Viking-worthy gear. You must protect the seed of Yggdrasil at all costs, or this world and everything in it will be destroyed forever. So take heed. The Helplings rise when the sun sets. Destroy these dark spirits before they destroy the seed. Each victorious knight makes way for a new day, to venture into new lands, build to greater heights, and face fiercer creatures. And with great risk comes great rewards. But be careful, you're of little use to Midgard squashed by a troll. Craft legendary weapons, build deadly defenses, and grow the strength of your tribe, because those giants are on their way. And it's time for us to end their path of destruction. Let's show them our might is greater than their height. As the saying goes, Valhalla! Can't wait!
Hello everyone, my name is Juan Maroda. I'm the creative director at Northville. We're just under 2 months away from finally launching our upcoming 10-player co-op action RPG, Tribes of Midgard, and deliver it to you on July 27th on PS5, PS4, and Steam. In Tribes of Midgard, you play as an Einarjar, a glorious Viking hero that's been returned to Midgard in order to protect the seed of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Every time you start a new run, you would want to go out and explore this new world, gather some resources, fight enemies, and return to your village in order to craft better equipment and tools to help you survive. You can also upgrade and fortify your village, because each night, creatures from hell will emerge from the depth to attack your tree. Make it through the night to go back out to raid enemy camps, dwell in caves, take part in events, go on quests, build anywhere, and of course, loot countless items to gain experience and level up your Viking. We now have 8 classes in the game, each with their own abilities, specificities, and playstyle. As you gain experience, you level up to unlock even more skills, which you can then combine with dozens of runes for over-the-top results. But those nightly creatures aren't even your biggest threat. You must get ready and prepare for your biggest challenge, and I mean biggest challenge to date. Every couple of days, a giant will emerge and walk towards your village with the intent of destroying the seed of Yggdrasil. You must stop it and take it down whatever the cost, otherwise it's game over. You can of course play Tribes of Midgard completely on your own, but we highly recommend that you bring along 9 friends to thrive together. We cannot wait to share more information about this ever-growing epic saga in the weeks to come. In the meantime, you can already pre-order the game right now to earn exclusive items and be among the first to defend Midgard against Ragnarok. Because as they say, Valhalla can wait. Thanks for watching. Sail sail.
At Gearbox University, it's not all textbooks and calculators. Sometimes we like to kick back and have a little fun. A good sense of humor is of vital importance if you want to succeed in these halls. Here's a list of sensible wisecracks you might hear when you're exploring our campus. Why did the tribe of Midgard cross the road? To get to the O Thor side. Knock knock. Who is there? The commando. The commando who? I don't know. What are you axing me for? Welcome to the Home World Diner. Our special today is the dessert of Carrick. Help! I've God fallen, and I can't get up. Claptrap, Tiny Tina, and Mad Moxie walk into a bar. Wait, I think Moxie owns the bar, so why would she be walking in? She'd already be there. And is Tiny Tina old enough to drink? Maybe it doesn't matter in space. Also, what's the punchline? And how is Claptrap walking in? I want to say he counts as a unicycle. Okay, we'll work on this before we submit to E3. Gearbox University. Our comedy school is a 2-year degree.
Macros thinks the war is over. After all your promises, but our fight has just begun. Our duty is to carry the burden of war.
Or just savor the victory.
What fun is death, when death is the end of our fun?
The darkness has breached reality. It is time, my champion.
Know how this is going to end.
Time for your madness to end, brother.
I was never just your brother. I am your god.
And after all your promises, you've ripped it too.
Greetings everyone, my name is Dick Hain and I'm the Senior Technical Producer at Counterplay Games. First and foremost, on behalf of everyone at CPG and Gearbox alike, I want to thank you for being part of Godfall's journey up until this point. It's crazy to think that Godfall just launched in November of last year. Our developers have been hard at work ever since. In fact, this past February, we launched the massive Primal update, which included new content such as additional rooms in Tower of Trials, Primal gear, Ascension levels, and much, much more. But I'm excited to announce today that on August 10th, we will be launching Godfall on the PlayStation 4. Not only that, but owning Godfall on the PS4 entitles you to a free PS5 upgrade, and we will support cross-gen play, so PS4 and PS5 users can seamlessly co-op together. And if you've been struggling in the Ascended Tower of Trials, don't worry, we're adding matchmaking. But really, matchmaking and the PS4 edition are just the tip of the iceberg because we are so excited to launch our first ever expansion, which we've entitled Fire and Darkness. Fire and Darkness will take players into the Fire Realm for the first time ever, where they'll be met with new challenges, enemies, bosses, trophies, cosmetics, and so much more. But alongside Fire and Darkness, we're also releasing a free content update, which we're calling the Lightbringer Update. The main component of the Lightbringer Update is a new endgame loop, which we're calling Lightbringer. In Lightbringer, players will fight off the darkness that threatens Aperion and be rewarded with a new loot type, Cursed Loot. Cursed Loot will challenge the player to complete particular objectives in order to lift the curse and awaken them. Basically, if you thought Primal Gear was tough, you ain't seen nothing yet. And then of course, we want to make fashion the forefront of Godfall, so we have added a huge library of cosmetics to both the Lightbringer update and the expansion alike, all of which can be unlocked by simply completing objectives in the game. Thank you so much for your time today. It is an honor to be speaking here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your E3.
There's a really unique tone and vibe and feel to Homeworld that hasn't been emulated since. It's not a prequel, it's not a remaster, it is Homeworld 3. It is the next Homeworld.
We're glad you've chosen Gearbox University for your higher education endeavors. As you engage in your academic pursuits, don't forget to try out our extracurricular activities. Show off your Shutterbug talents in the photography club. Make lasting connections in our chapter houses. Or if you're a boring person, you can always try out for the debate team. We also have sporting events, but try not to party too hard at the homecoming game, or you'll end up looking like this. Be sure to follow us on social media, where you'll occasionally find free shift codes as well as news and announcements about our latest scholastic offerings. Gearbox University, we can shape your future, because thinking for yourself is hard. Now, go buy all our games.
We're back. I hope you guys had an awesome presentation from all the Gearbox games in development and Gearbox publishing products coming. Listen, I'm standing outside Kevin Hart's trailer door. I'm just gonna. You guys want to meet him? I think he wants to meet you guys. Let's see if he opens. Hey Kevin, you got a minute?
Yeah.
Borderlands fans, meet Kevin Hart.
How you guys doing, man? Pretty pumped up right now to meet you guys. Randy, you should tell them actually how big I am in person. It's a great opportunity.
I'm 6'3", and
yeah, they can get a good grasp of how much height I put on for this role right now.
Dude, you are freaking awesome. Like you don't understand. Like you're a freaking action hero.
Thank you, man.
This is amazing watching you work.
You know
what?
what?
You're blowing my mind.
I'm going to say I'll one-up you. I'll say it's amazing for me to have the opportunity to portray the character of Roland, of course, who you're very familiar with, because this is your creation. I think the biggest and best thing is the surprise that you guys are going to be in for. Because you got no idea what I'm doing or how I'm doing or why I'm doing it. You got no idea the level that I came in at. You got no idea how much preparation I decided to put into this particular character in this role. You got no idea. You got no idea. You don't even know what's under this jacket.
OMG! It's metal!
You got no idea. My job is to come in, not only be prepared, but to shock. And I think right now this is what we're doing.
We are doing it. I've seen some pretty, like,
it's intense.
It's no one's ever seen you like this before.
No, I can honestly say, man, Eli is doing such a phenomenal job. He's doing directing.
It's also fun to work with him. Like he's working his ass off. Well, everyone's working their ass off.
Absolutely. You got an amazing cast. Kate, Jamie, Ariana, myself, Flo, our director, Eli, Jack Black. You put an amazing group of people together. So shouts out to you, your team at Gearbox. Shouts out to Lionsgate, for seeing that this is something that could be phenomenal. Shouts out to the world of Pandora knowers. Okay, you guys that know and love this world, I promise you, you're going to be in complete awe when you see how real we have made it become from a place of visual. You know, you're going to believe that you're in this place with us. So,
wow, you're making me cry, man.
It's dope. It's dope, man.
My eyes are welling up.
No,
Hey, thank you, man. Yeah, I appreciate you taking a minute to introduce yourself to our fans.
No problem. I'm going back in here in the weight room.
I'll see you later.
I got a weight room in here. Just rolling lifts weights in between takes. You'll know why later. Take it easy, man.
Take it easy, Kevin. Thanks, man. Holy crap, you guys. I can't wait for you to see this movie. It won't be long, but we still got a lot of work to do. We're a little bit more than halfway done with production. And but you know what? Back at home at Gearbox, all the great people that created this universe that I'm here representing on behalf of all the talent at Gearbox, we're hard at work making new stuff. So check this out, and I'll see you guys soon. Cheers, everybody.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revealed, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it. Let the blood sport begin! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
Jesus H. Reindeer games, my dude!
I'm the one that got the swag, I'm the one that got him sad. I don't do this here to brag, I just got it. I'm the reason why you mad, I'm the reason why they glance. I ain't even trying to brag, I just got it. I said, please don't call my phone, you should just leave me alone. I think this here all alone, I just got it. I can show them how to act, put my shoulder on the pad, keep it feeling as a bag. I just got it.
And
What's going on, everyone? We are back after that Gearbox presentation, and oh man, they had really great games announced. Pito, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about that presentation overall?
It was really good with the amount of time that they had. They really tried to capture the viewer with the games that they were gonna release.
Yeah, no, it was actually really good. They only did about 30 minutes or so, a little bit under 30 minutes, but it was actually really nice. Because, I mean, let's talk about it a little bit. They opened up with the founder of Gearbox at the Borderlands movie set. I actually forgot that Borderlands was doing a movie, live action, by the way, and that was actually pretty interesting. So I'm excited to see what they do with the Borderlands movie. And towards the end, they showed Kevin Hart is gonna be in the movie, and Kevin Hart, I do like Kevin Hart as an actor. He's gonna be Roland in the movie from Borderlands, so I'm excited. How do you feel about it? About the movie?
Like I said, I tried to get into Borderlands before.
Yeah.
And it was hard. But the movie, I don't know, maybe the movie will like bring me into it. Make me want to play the game.
Yeah, it might be, to be honest with you, because it's something new. So it's something fresh that these studios are doing. So they're actually bringing something like a live action full movie of Borderlands into it. So it might be good for the whole community. So we'll see. Then they kept talking about a specific game that has not been out, or the last game of it was released back in 2003, and that was Homeworld. They didn't give out too much of Homeworld. They just said that it is in production. They talked a little bit about it here and there, but that was pretty much it. Homeworld is kind of like a tease and see. So personally, I have never played Homeworld, so I don't know what Homeworld is about. I will talk about it more in our E3 episode when we film after E3 is over. We'll do some more research, of course, and we'll go from there. So we'll see. But after that, they mentioned Tiny Tina's Wonderland, Pito. So Tiny Tina's Wonderland. How you feeling about that one? You had a little bit to say before that, so.
I'm pretty excited. I knew about it before, like, the showcase even started, but I forgot about it when we were watching the Ubisoft showcase. And then right before, like, the pre-show started, it popped into my head, man, I forgot to mention Tiny Tina.
Yeah.
But then when they showed the trailer, it looked really good. I was hoping they would have shown a little bit more to it. Because it looked really nice.
It did.
But either way, I'm still really excited about it. I want to play it.
I'm very excited for it too. Like it's a game and it's been very highly anticipated. So I'm excited to see what they actually bring with the game, and it looked really fun. So like the characters that they announced, actually the cast that is for the game is actually pretty big, and it looks pretty interesting. For the teaser that they actually showed was actually really nice. I'm excited to see what they bring with Tiny Tina's Wonderland. It is set not in the full Borderlands world. It's set in its own fantasy theme world. Obviously, so with fantasy theme, you're gonna have dragons, goblins, and all that good stuff. So I am excited to see what they bring. But Tiny Tina's Wonderland is coming in early 2022. So keep in tabs on that. We'll talk about it more as the days goes on. And then my favorite game of the presentation actually was this little game that came out of nowhere, and it's called Tribes of Midgard. Wow, Pedro, like, talk to me about Tribes of Midgard, because man, that looked fun.
I made a joke about it in the beginning, you know, about it looking like an old Xbox 360 game called The World of Keflings.
Yeah.
But then the more that they showed it, it looked really nice. And then the 10-player co-op.
10-player, man. Wow. That is crazy. You can actually bring yourself and 9 other people into the game and play. It's kind of like a more... It looks kind of like an over-camera type of Diablo style. And it is one of those that you gather resources during the day, attack enemy camps and all that stuff through the day, and then you gotta defend your own camp at nighttime because you got certain enemies that come and attack this tree that is in the heart of the city, and you have to defend pretty much everything as the day goes on. And you can play with 10 or 9 other people, yourself and 9 other people. That is pretty crazy. And it has 8 classes, so you can pick from 8 different classes, and then you can set up your team that way too. That is amazing. Like that's definitely a game to look out for, and I am very excited for that one. Are you excited for that one too, Pito?
I am really excited for that one. It looked really nice. Like, I made a couple of jokes, but then it like really caught my eye.
It definitely did. Like, it didn't, when it started, it didn't seem like a game that I'd be into. But the more they showed, the more I was like, man, this looks fun. This looks like a really good time to play. So I am excited to see what they bring with Tribes of Midgard. It releases actually very soon, by the way. It releases in July 27th. So that is a little bit over a month. So I'm very excited for Tribes of Midgard to come out. It is, like Pito mentioned already, is 10-player co-op action RPG. So bring all your friends because it is gonna be a wild ride. And it's funny enough that we were actually mentioning about we need a game with a bigger pool to actually play so we can bring more people into it. And here's this game that we can bring 9 other people and now we can play all together. So this is definitely the game to look out for from Gearbox. I'm excited for that. And you can pre-order the game now. You get some pre-order exclusive items that they showed. So make sure if you're interested in it, look out for the trailers. We're gonna be posting a few of them in our channel. So check them out and let us know what you guys think. And then finally, they mentioned one of my favorite games on the PlayStation 5, actually, Godfall. And I asked Pito earlier that if he's played it, but he hasn't. But Godfall, pretty much, they showed off a little bit of it, and they mentioned that it's actually coming into the PlayStation 4 on August 10th. So that is pretty actually cool, because now the community actually grows with it. So it's actually really nice. And funny enough, me and Peter were talking about it, and he said that he doesn't have the PlayStation 5, but there is a PlayStation 4 that he can play, so there's the opportunity right there and there. So are you excited now to play Godfall, Peter?
It looked really nice, yeah. I would like to play it.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun game. And they actually mentioned that it is actually coming with a new expansion called Fire and Darkness. So you go into the Fire Realm and then try to defend from the new enemies that they're going to be introducing. They're going to be introducing also new gear. And they're also going to be giving you a free update to the game called Lightbringer, which is going to include a bunch of other stuff not from the actual DLC. So it is going to be very interesting to see what they bring into the game with new outfits, new weapons, and new abilities also. So it's going to be very, very interesting. I'm so excited for Godfall expansion and everything, because I feel like that game, even though it was really fun, it was pretty short overall, but a new DLC will bring more gameplay into it. So we'll see what happens. Now, Peter, what was your favorite part of the Gearbox presentation?
Probably had to be Tiny Tina.
Yeah. Tiny Tina was definitely a really good presentation overall. But let's see here.
I don't know, cause like, also Midgard. It looked really nice. It caught me off guard. I made jokes, but it really
it definitely did. That was the game that actually caught me off guard too, because I was not expecting it to be what it was, what it showed at the end, to be honest. So I am excited to see what they bring with it. Huh?
Cause I thought it was Homeworld.
Yeah, yep.
And you
because
said
it was right
wasn't...
after. Yeah, it was right after they were talking about Homeworld, and they showed that. So it was meant to see like it was that, but I was like, nah, that can't be. And no, it was its own thing, and it looks amazing. It looks really fun. I'm excited. But that was the Gearbox presentation. Thank you guys for watching the stream. We are gonna leave the stream up so you guys can listen to the E3 panelists and everything, and then they are gonna close it up with Game Beat session in a few minutes. So check them out, and then we'll catch you tomorrow. Make sure, guys, to tune in tomorrow for the Xbox, Bethesda, and everything else that is gonna be happening tomorrow. It is going to be Alexis and Nick doing the presentation tomorrow. They're gonna have some fun stuff for you guys, and they have some different things that they're gonna be doing with the show. So make sure to tune in tomorrow. The show starts at, I'll tell you right now, Sunday. It starts. So the Xbox Bethesda presentation, it is at 1 p.m. So tune in at 1 so you guys can watch Nick and Alessi do their thing. Make sure to tune in also on Monday and Tuesday for the other presentations. We're gonna be here all weekend for the show. And thank you guys for watching us today. Make sure to follow our social media on Instagram, on Twitter, and tomorrow we are gonna be doing other social media too, so you guys can follow that, like on TikTok, Facebook, and then we're gonna do presentations on that too. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure to always pass the joystick. See you later, guys.
精准迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP。 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏闯火者的行列。
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
Welcome back to E3 live from LA. It's been quite a show. It's not over yet. We're going to look back, ladies and gentlemen, at some of the most historic and iconic moments in E3 history. But I have to apologize for the people who are going to do this, all right? I don't know if you understand what GamesBeat is. It's a great site full of great people like Dean and Mike. But there's also a person there named Jeff Grubb. And Jeff Grubb is not a man you want to know, ladies and gentlemen, but he's in this video, and I'm very, very sorry for it. So without further ado, my apologies, but here is Jeff and Mike from GamesBeat.
It's the internet. You're busy because it's E3. I'm Jeff Grubb. I work for GamesBeat.com. Joining me is Mike Minotti, who's going to say hi to all the good people right now.
Hi, good people.
Mike, it's time to learn to love E3 again because we're jaded games journalists. I understand you put together a bunch of stuff to thaw my cold, dead games journalist heart, memories of E3. You ready to just take me through it right now? I'm happy to do so.
Yeah, you know, my heart only has warmth for E3. So, you know, yeah, you can call yourself jaded all you want. I am just a ball of E3 love, and I'm going to roll it
ghost
over you.
Of Christmas, of E3, of gamer Christmases past, future, and present. Yes.
Well, not future. Those are sad.
Okay, that's right.
That
yes,
analogy.
yes, right.
You
okay.
illiterate scum. But yeah, this will be great.
All right, Mike. What is this? Should we set it up, or should we just start playing it?
No, this is when Sony announced the Final Fantasy VII remake at E3. This is from somebody in one of the front rows. So we're gonna hear how excited and happy all those people are, Jeff.
What? Listen, it's just a commercial. How excited can it be?
Oh, boo!
Oh, it's just like this is like from the audience. Okay, this is
right.
exciting.
This is a reaction trailer, so people didn't know what this was at the time, and everybody wanted them to make this because, like, what PlayStation 4 had like a tech demo that was basically the intro of Final Fantasy VII, like redone, right?
Yep.
And everyone was like, "Oh, so that's like a game?" And they're like, "No, it's not." So everyone was disappointed, but then we got this.
So you see that. Yeah, you can hear people. You see the big sword, and people are starting to realize what it is. That's
right.
That's fun.
Even that playground there, like if you know Final Fantasy VII, you're gonna recognize that. So yeah, it's kind of very slowly dawning throughout the audience. I think most of them who really like Final Fantasy VII knows what it is, and they're recognizing the names.
Yeah.
That's a great reveal, right? They don't start with Cloud. You start with Barret, then you get, this is when everybody really knows what's up, even if you weren't aware yet. All right.
Right. Yes. Even if you were like a very casual fan, someone who never played Final Fantasy before. Yeah. Okay. I've got a slight chills, Mike. Slight chills.
And I know you're not a weeb like I am, but come on.
What is this, Mike?
What?
It says Super Smash Brothers Mega Man trailer.
Oh, this is the most excited I have ever been from E3. I love Smash Brothers, but Mega Man is my favorite video game character. And this was back when there were very few third-party characters. Like this point right here, like I knew who it was from that.
Yes.
I lost it, Jeff. I was so you can ask my brother because I was watching with him. I absolutely flipped out. Like I play a ton of Smash Brothers. Mega Man is literally the character I would have wanted in that game the most. And at this point, there was no indication that was going to happen. We had only gotten Snake and Sonic as third-party characters at this point ever in the series. And look at he's doing all his great moves. This incredible remixed version of Mega Man 2 music. The beautiful CG art. This is still the best Mega Man has ever looked, by the way. Is this like Smash Brothers version of him? The kind of like it like captures the proportions of the 8-bit sprite. Like he's kind of staunchy.
Mike, I'm sick of hearing about things that you love. If you're not gonna bring anything that I oh, okay, wait, what's this? Okay, all right, maybe this might do it for me. This might be my favorite moment from any E3 ever. I've been a long time Legend of Zelda fan, and it's always been like one of my most important franchises, but I also agreed with the assessment that they needed to change things up. And when they said they were going to change things up and they delayed Breath of the Wild, because they're like, we found a new way of doing things, we're going to try to change it. I didn't really believe it. And then they released this trailer and I was just all in. It might be the best trailer for anything ever, period. I don't know. Honestly, it's almost just like good filmmaking, this trailer. Like
it is insane.
They know, like,
here we go.
Yeah.
Here he's gonna laugh. The bird's gonna laugh. I love it for some reason.
It's good.
I don't know what. It's really good. Here it comes. I think about that all the time. I don't know. Just the way they frame that in that song, it gets me pumped up. Like, yeah, here it comes indeed. That's great. That is so good.
Oh, this is a big boy, Mike.
This is a pretty short clip here. I think everyone's going to know what it is from E3 2004. But see, it's not just about video games, Jeff, and trailers and demos. Sometimes it's just about personalities. And this was like the emergence of the Reginator from 2004.
I'm going to hit play. I'm very excited.
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names. And we're about making games.
That's all we need to know.
For those who don't know, Reggie invented the Bigfoot pizza, I think. So, of course, just...
I like how that's what you brought up. For those of you who don't know, I thought you were going to talk about how, like, important Reggie was for video games, Nintendo. He invented the Bigfoot.
I think it was the Bigfoot, and I don't think he invented it, but whatever. Yeah, his name's on the patent.
No, he was in his basement, staying up all night. Yep. He's like, I got it. I cracked it. All right, before people get mad, we better do something from Microsoft now. If ever there was a sequel that was anticipated, it was Halo 2. After Halo 1 came out, it was a very big deal.
This is the game that made me get an Xbox. I got an Xbox for Halo 2. Absolutely.
Everyone's very excited. The only thing people didn't like about Halo 2 is the ending, right?
Right, yeah. Cliffhanger stuff, yeah. Spoiler warning.
Spoiler warning.
2021.
And I think, especially at this point, this kind of long, uninterrupted gameplay demo was maybe a little bit more unusual, right? I think this is what popularized that. Like, even up till like 2015 with Sony, they have a pretty long Uncharted 4 demo. That's basically the same kind of format, right? You just play a long level from the game.
Take it away,
this is
Jason.
E3 2007, and it's kind of hard to believe now, but this was the E3 where Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare was the belle of the ball.
Yes.
Like Call of Duty is the biggest thing in the world right now, and still is, and people are excited about it, but it maybe isn't like a showpiece for the show anymore, because a lot of those people are, again, they're hoping for something more surprising than here's the next Call of Duty. At this point, this was really Call of Duty hitting its stride. Like that moment right there, people freaked out about. People talked about that all show. You did not see that guy in the tall grass till he got up, and that absolutely destroyed people's brains in 2007. But Jeff, it's not just about gameplay demos and executives. Sometimes celebrities could even make their way into your heart.
Man, this really was a moment, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, everyone loves Keanu Reeves. I'm not one to gaga and go over celebrities, but this is pretty neat.
And remember crowds? He seems to be very interested in the game that he was making. So that's kind of all you can ask for from a celebrity, right? Just come, don't talk down, seem like you're enjoying yourself, maybe even actually enjoy yourself, and people will respond to that. And also, kind of be Keanu Reeves. That helps a lot.
You think they're going to bring him out this year to have him apologize? Yeah, that's pretty great. Why don't we go back again, though, pretty far back to E3 2000 to see what was, gosh, I was pretty young at this point, but I remember thinking this is the most excited I think I've ever seen people be for a video game. Like, this seemed like it was by far the biggest deal in the world at the time, and it's Metal Gear Solid 2.
And Metal Gear Solid was such a big deal. It was, probably the best PlayStation game. Getting the sequel on PlayStation 2, seeing all this stuff, and just Yeah, it just looked so good, so cinematic. Yeah.
So you have to understand, like, at this point, the fact that we're seeing raindrops like bouncing off of objects, and we're seeing this like these light bloom effects, like this was all pretty nuts at this time. This
Yeah, the games just didn't look like this before this point, and it was this, you know, perfect storm of the best artists in the world working with the best technologists in the world to make a video game. Yeah.
All right, Jeff, you want to close this out with maybe the first E3 moment?
I do.
Back in 1995, again, the first E3, and this was Sony's big moment. It was following Sega's little show about the Saturn, and their surprise that it's out now, which just confused everybody. And this is how Sony responded as they were getting ready to launch the original PlayStation.
I want to ask Sony Computer Entertainment President of America, Steve Reyes, to join me for
So this guy right here had just given a long, boring presentation, and he did that on purpose to really emphasize what's about to happen right here, where Steve Reyes is going to come out and say one thing.
$299.
Got chills there a little bit because that's it right there. This is them understanding immediately. This is PlayStation, not out yet. Sony, not really in video games yet, especially not as a hardware company. But they already understand how to do this E3 show, come up and make a huge impact. It's kind of unbelievable, and it was the rest is history, right? Like Saturn had to bow out because the Saturn was too expensive. Sony knew that. They undercut the price by $100, and then every time Sega would respond, PlayStation would lower the price until Sega just couldn't keep in the business anymore. And they tried a few other systems after that, but it was the writing was on the wall at that point, and it all happened right there with PlayStation understanding how to play this E3 game. It's yeah.
See, there's all sorts of fun. I didn't even talk about giant enemy crabs and weird Elder Scrolls 6 announcements years before we'll ever see it. But there's all sorts of fun stuff, Jeff. Imagine all the fun stuff that's happening right now and what will happen in the future. So just admit it, Jeff. Admit that you love E3.
All right, I'm a fan. I admit it. I'm not just a games journalist. I like games too. Don't tell anybody.
No, we're telling everyone.
Okay.
I'm calling your mom, calling your wife.
All right, that's going to do it for us, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show. I hope we didn't keep you too long. And if you tuned back and you're just getting here right now and you're confused, good.
Yeah. We don't
deserve us. I hope your favorite game gets announced next. I'm sorry. All right, everybody. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Mana Ikeda, and I currently work for a Japanese video game company called Artplay as the current art director. And previously, I worked on Bloodstained Ritual of the Night as the communications manager, and I also drew the box art. So that's just kind of a summarized version of myself. I always thought I was going to be an illustrator, like just a freelance illustrator from start to the end. Art was my passion, and it still is, but I always wanted to try something new all the time. Anything that I was interested in, like comics, video games, just anything in general. For me, art directing is something that improves the overall gameplay, and and also the game designer will know, like, oh, there was these kinds of ideas, because when I started to do this job, like, they didn't really have an idea of what they really wanted to do visually. So it's basically like, oh, I want to make this kind of game, but I don't know what it looks like. And for me, that's where I come in and kind of help them kind of fill that in. I started as a fan, and I really wanted to, my artwork was very inspired by the games that they created in the past. So at that point, I knew what I wanted as a fan. And with Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, it was a game that's based on gothic horror, and the past and the people that were working on the past Castlevania games were working on. And for me, I was a huge fan of Castlevania and the gothic feeling of that entire series. And I haven't seen a lot of games that were like that, and it was very unique. And since my artwork was inspired by that kind of game, I drew a lot of those kind of dark horror game kind of style. I was someone who knew from a very young age that I wanted to be an artist and do this specific type of work. And even though I didn't really know, or I had one specific goal, I still struggled to do so. And I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that, because they wanted to be something like a specific job they want, and they can't achieve it, even though they try really hard. And for me, I think that's totally fine, and they should try something else that's new. Because if I didn't take this chance of becoming a communications manager and also the translator for the company, I wouldn't have been in this art director position at all. I would have been like, I would be like, no, I want to do art as a career. I'm not going to take this translation job. And I still, to this day, be a freelance artist taking on these mundane work that, that I had no art direction whatsoever in. And so I feel like for those who are struggling and, thinking of quitting their passion job, because it's, like if you're working on something that you're very passionate about, you get very emotional about it. And I'm sure a lot of people feel very down when things don't go right, or things that they're worried about, doesn't get resolved doing the same kind of work over and over again. So I feel like for those people, like in a very similar situation as when I was struggling as an artist, I feel like they should try something else that's new. So for me, video game was like my second passion, and I really wanted to be involved in some way. So I decided to take on that job and be a translator. But in the end, people, when you're very passionate about something, people recognize that. And I was both passionate about video game and art. So in the end, I became an art director that I never thought I would be able to do. So I feel like for those people, take the chance, even if it might not be something that you really want to do as an end goal. You should take the chance if it does change your career.
Great stuff there. Of course, remember, video games are so much more than just making them and having that kind of thing. You could do anything and be involved in video games. And so if you have the passion, the drive, the determination, you can make your dreams come true and have some kind of job in the video game industry. Also, of course, before that, there was a Jeff Grubb Games Beat thing. I was told behind the scenes that it didn't play, that it was a joke. Jeff Grubb is not a terrible person. He's just extremely old and shouldn't be listened to. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, don't forget to check out e3expo.com/shop for limited edition E3 apparel like this. Because you might be saying, I'm having a great time watching you do this, Greg. Man, if only I could commemorate it in a way that I could wear all the time when I go to the old baseball games or the sock hops. Because you're going to walk in there and old Toby's going to be behind the bar cleaning the glass. I'm painting a picture. And he's going to say, man, what is that shirt well, I guess what's the hat you're wearing, this shirt you got? If I know there's Vegas bets if I'll take my shirt off during E3, but they mic me up too well. I can't do it. But maybe get a bomber jacket, Look, doesn't that Tom Cruise, he's got another movie coming out where he's flying around. Don't you want to look like him, but a guy version of Tom Cruise who went to E3? And I guess he didn't go, technically. COVID and everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more happening here. Don't worry about that. There's no way I can get the script back on track, is there? Because I'm talking about the E3 shop that you should go do too, right? Let me just go for it, all right? with more of our gaming and movies theme today. Let's talk about the lines between gaming and cinema continuing to blur. Oh, Jordan Vogt Roberts, the man behind the lens directing upcoming projects Metal Gear and Gundam, sat down with the folks at Entertainment Weekly to talk about the future of these film and these IPs and these shirts that you can get and wear to the sock hops.
Hello, E3. This is Nick Romano with Entertainment Weekly magazine. Thank you so much for joining us today for a panel discussion with filmmaker Jordan Vogt Roberts. Jordan, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to talk about all things video games and E3.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot to talk about. I mean, people, I think it's safe to say people mostly know you for making films like Kong Skull Island and The Kings of Summer, but you're also a major gamer. Can you talk a little bit about just your history in the gaming industry? What was sort of your big introduction?
I mean, I was just one of those kids who at a very young age, video games rewired my brain. You know, I'm the type of guy who if I walk into a room and there's a box, my first instinct is, in what combination do I need to move this box to unlock a door? Or, God forbid, if I ever walked in a room and there was like a triangular eye on the wall, I would think, I definitely need a bow right now to shoot that eye and unlock something.
We know that you're working on a movie adaptation of Metal Gear Solid. You're working on a live-action Gundam. I mean, is it safe to say that your filmmaking moving forward is sort of more inspired by video games?
You know, ironically, Metal Gear is something I've been trying to, you know, Sisyphus push up the hill for 7+ years. That game and Kojima-san's world means the world to me. And that's something that I'm very proud of what we're doing. And I think that it is very sort of Kojima punk rock, twisty. And then Gundam likewise is, you know, the godfather of like otaku culture in a lot of ways, without exaggeration. You know, like it is the grandfather to modern anime and thus most Japanese things that we love. You know, it really is wild what Gundam was doing on television in an animated format in the 70s, and the complexity and the weight of the stories they were telling. And so, you know, I have a lot of things that I want to do in my career, but you know, those are only the kind of nerd properties that I'm attached to that are even announced. There's other game things and other IPs that I'm working on. But yeah, a big part of my driving force is to be a part of these things and to help rewrite the narrative of how people perceive these franchises and how they properly get translated, and how you take a filmmaker who understands the core of what these were as you go through the process of translating the active experience of playing a game, in which you can tell a story a different way because you are the protagonist, versus the passive experience of watching a film. And so those aren't one-to-one translations. And so I think you really need to understand when playing a game, what it elicits from you, why it makes you feel certain ways, what the tone that it evokes is, you know, what those real idiosyncrasies that kind of make up each game is, and how you then translate those things to the passive experience of watching a film. And so it's, you know, it's just something I've been obsessed with for a long time, and I feel very fortunate to be able to be a part of these projects.
In terms of Metal Gear Solid, you know, I've documented all of your tweets about the long process of adapting this movie. I mean, what do you think it was about the original games that had such an impact on you and kept you motivated to keep this project alive?
That game came out same year, same month, basically, as Ocarina of Time. And so on a PlayStation and Nintendo level, you have, I think, two of the most seminal works in all of gaming that are going to set the groundwork moving forward for the template of how we transition into not just 2D to 3D, but then how we evolve each of these things. So yes, it's very easy to look at Metal Gear and say, oh, look how cinematic this is. But you're dealing with these characters that are walking, talking ideologies. And they all represent different slivers and ideas of, I think, this like basic question of how do we make the world whole again? And they're all trapped in the cycle of pain. And you know, to me, the most memorable and touching thing that still sticks with me. Yes, you're transported and suddenly you're playing this movie and people are talking in acronyms and code and you're just thrust into it. And you have this incredible rogues gallery of kind of over the top, like iconic, you know, Marvel iconic level characters. But the feeling when you kill Sniper Wolf, or when you kill a lot of bosses in that game, that up until that point in gaming, killing a boss was always viewed as a victory. And that was like, hell yeah, I'm past it. And instead, you're met with this moment of somberness and regret and incredibly meaningful, and hit me at that exact moment in my life where like there can never be another release of a game or something that hit me at that those teenage years when I was just fully ready to just be consumed by it and transported.
So now, sort of in the timeline for you, are you moving towards the live-action Gundam movie now, or are you doing Metal Gear Solid first?
You know, I'm waiting for the next thing to be greenlit, and you know, whichever one that is, like I don't control when the studios choose which movie they're making when, and so I love both these things to death. You know, I have other movies and other things that aren't IP based that I also can't wait to go and make sort of a smaller $30 million thing where I'm just going buck wild. But yeah, call up the studio and ask which green light's going to happen first.
Sounds like a plan. And I know a lot of the details, like, you know, for both of these projects are kind of under lock and key. I was curious if there is anything you can sort of tease about your approach to Gundam, especially because the mythology is so vast, and it feels like you could kind of drop a pin anywhere and kind of start there.
I mean, Gundam is such a fascinating thing. Similar and dissimilar from the challenge of Metal Gear, because Gundam also is a story that they've been telling for 42 years in the Universal Century timeline. Then in addition to that, they have several other alternate timelines with other series, some that go on multiple series and movies, some that are just one-offs. And so my goal is for all of the people who might say, I don't know where to start, I want to be able to create this film and give them an access point where you can say, this is where you start. This is your entry point, where Gundam fans say, hell yeah, that is my Gundam. And yeah, it might be an amalgamation of like several of these different things, different timelines and whatnot, but this is true to what Gundam is, and this captured everything I love about Gundam. And then outsiders have this feeling of, and I feel this way about Metal Gear too, but having this sentiment of, oh, this is something that I just didn't know I wanted to be obsessed with.
Well, Jordan, with our final few minutes, I wanted to ask, you know, because obviously it's been a crazy year for a lot of people. What does it mean for you to be back at E3, even virtually, talking about gaming again, talking about all the projects that you're working on?
You know, E3, beyond me loving games, E3, when I was in college, me and my buddies, one of them actually kind of ran like a tech company, but we basically like, not fabricated, not forged, but like we didn't really have any right being there, but we were able to like finesse the system and get badges. And from Chicago, we all flew out to experience our first E3. Because as a kid growing up, it's just sort of this mecca, you know, it's this like fantastical place. It was like my first leap of like, I'm going to make a documentary. And I was like really fascinated by several aspects and sort of like cultural tiers within E3 and how it's presented. And I never completed the documentary, but that's actually where I met a lot of these people that I still consider friends today. It literally was the year the PS3 was announced. So it was just this giant banner. The slogan then was just welcome change. And the E and the change was backwards, so it was a 3. E3 actually was this really pivotal changing moment in my life where I was in Chicago making shorts. And I came out to LA, and I remember being at LAX, and I remember being at the convention center and just thinking, oh, I'm moving to LA. I feel opportunity here. This is where I'm supposed to be. You know, you walk in the cacophony of the massive wall of sound that is like the, you know, West Hall, where you're just bombarded left to right. It really is a cacophony. It's a barrage it's like carnal sound, but it was amazing. And so it really, E3 changed me. It's the reason that I ended up moving to LA. Like something about that trip made it. I never thought I'd move to LA. Something about that trip changed something in me where I said, this is where I'm supposed to be right now. And that wasn't even about video games. It just was about, here I am taking some of my first steps as a filmmaker in college, trying to make this documentary, and something just felt right. And so I've gone to so many E3 since then. My friendships and relationships, as I said, I'm fortunate for them to have only grown in the game world and to be collaborating not only with developers on commercial campaigns, but also with their IPs. And so to be able to be back in even this small way, you know, I think we're all struggling with how we reintegrate into the world right now, and what that means. We've all gone from being like, this is great, we're at home, we're all homebodies and recluses, to being like, oh my God, how do we interact with people? And so, yeah, being able to be there in just the slightest, and just for it to be a thing, it means a lot to me because E3 really did change my life.
Well, we're so happy and honored that you could make the time today. Jordan, thank you so much. This has been a treat.
Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week, with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Hi everyone, my name is Christian Holub. I'm a writer at Entertainment Weekly, and I am here to host a panel for this year's E3 about real-world game worlds, the differences and the ways they intersect. With me here are our panelists, Gary Whitta, screenwriter, Daniel Erickson, former creative director at BioWare, Juan Vega, narrative designer at Netflix, and Rihanna Pratchett, writer and narrative designer. Thank you guys so much for joining. Interesting fuel for this convo, and I just wanted to start out with a big basic question, which is like, how important would you say is it for video games to reflect real world events and movements. A lot has happened in the real world over the past year. I think we can all agree. My sense is that, it was all about escapism, but yeah, how would you guys kind of generally talk about the importance of making games that reflect aspects of the real world, especially as our real world is changing so much?
I think that's a very difficult question to answer in kind of a holistic way. It really depends largely on what kind of game you're setting out to make. You're right. Games have always been and remain in large part escapism. They're an escape from the real world. One of the reasons why Animal Crossing was such a hugely popular game during this pandemic year was it was like, hey, the world sucks right now, but forget about all that. Here is a very bucolic, idyllic place you can go to where everyone is your friend, and the worst thing that can happen to you is maybe you get stung by a wasp. People really responded to that offer of escapism because the world really did suck. At the same time, in the last couple of decades, we've seen video games really emerge as a legitimate art form and a legitimate platform for political and social commentary. You generally tend to see that stuff in smaller budget indie movies, and for the same reason in smaller budget indie games. If we were to do an exercise right now and think about like what are the games that that deliver really kind of make you think political and social thematics, they're going to be at the lower end of the budget scale. Whether or not video games will ever really dare to kind of tackle political and social real world kind of issues at higher budget levels is that maybe that's a question for us to talk about. But I think most of the interesting work in terms of games as an art form right now is being done at the indie level, and again for kind of monetary capitalist reasons that really aren't that difficult to figure out.
On that note, I think it's interesting that when I think about the diversity front, I don't think that everything has to have diversity as sort of a core piece for it. But what's exciting to me is it always feels like the diversity that is inherent in the artists is something that needs to come forward. And we're getting a lot more space to do that. So the grand exception to some of the concepts that Gary was talking about was working for BioWare. So BioWare had LGBTQ content all the way from the beginning, because primarily Dave Gator, who is the lead writer for Baldur's Gate, was queer. And he, right from the beginning, pushed this as, hey, I'm going to have representation in the game. We're going to have space here. We're going to have, and this was interestingly not controversial and then super controversial, and then came to the point where I just saw today that BioWare changed its logo for Gay Pride, right, for Pride Month. And there were a bunch of comments. It was like, oh, way to pander, big corporate folks. And then all the old school folks jumped in and was like, you do not know who you're talking about, right? This is a historical place. And to Gary's point, why it comes up through the indie movement mostly is because it's easier for smaller voices to come up there, is the more diverse the artists in our industry get, the more naturally we're going to get diverse representation, and we're going to get diverse stories from a more pure perspective than, hey, let's put in a bunch of diverse storylines. Now, in where I tend to work now, which is largely multiplayer, we talk a lot about representation and inclusion, which I think is subtly a different aspect, which is if I'm playing a multiplayer game, I want to be able to come and be me, whoever I am. But I think that's a different space than artistically representing the experience of a diverse group of people.
I also think from a writer's perspective, from a creative perspective, we're drawn to diversity in all forms, because we want to explore the path less traveled. We don't want to tell the same stories over and again. We want to find the new experiences. We want to take audiences on new and different journeys. So I think writers and other narrative people are often push for that, because it's just more interesting to get your teeth into.
I think, once the stories reflect what's actually happening in the real world, people will see themselves like through their favorite medium. And I think that's what really builds a connection and what gets people like really involved and interested and, hooked. It doesn't necessarily have to be in their stories. It can be in, diverse stories. It can be in like Rihanna said, like new things to them. But I think it's actually, I personally think it's important to, advocate for who tells the story. you know, and, you know, when you have a diverse pool of candidates telling stories, you're going to have diverse stories, you know, that have a lot of coverage, and it doesn't feel like it's being shoehorned in.
Do you think that kind of stuff is changing for the better in terms of people of diverse backgrounds and stuff kind of able to get to the point where they're making games, you know, not just kind of the types of small indie games that Gary was talking about, but, you know, getting positions at bigger companies and hopefully not feeling, you know, alienated or pushed out?
I think we definitely see a movement. I think, you know, there's definitely a lot of talent that's allowing people to tell their own stories, right? Make their own Twine games, or make their own indie games or demos or vertical slices that gives them that visibility to then, you know, jumpstart and, you know, onto their next platform and their next bigger thing. And then we also connect and we try to uplift each other. I know that there are things like Latinx in Gaming, which is a nonprofit that I helped co-found specifically for that reason, as well as partnering with other places like Game Devs of Color and looking into other initiatives to really support you know, everyone else that's trying to, you know, break into this field and tell their stories.
Yeah, I just want to add something to that. I think this whole conversation, we've been talking about different aspects here, but they're all really part of the same conversation. We're talking about, do games or can games accurately reflect the real world? And we're also talking about, do video game developers and publishers have diverse and inclusive staffs actually making those games? You can't have one without the other. Let's say that the next Assassin's Creed game took place during the American Civil War and you played a slave on a plantation in the deep American South. That might be a fascinating area to explore in terms of all the political and social, you know, themes that we're talking about here. But Ubisoft can never make that game until they have a team capable of making it and speaking to those issues in a way that is authentic. Like there's no way that I could tell a story like that because I haven't lived that experience. I'm not obviously talking about the historical experience, but I've never experienced racism. The only way that I could write a character like that would be mimicking what I've seen done before in other media, which inherently means I don't have anything new to bring to the conversation. It's going to feel kind of warmed over because that's what it would be.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's all about that intersectionality of like where we as humans like connect and how we evolve and work together, and where the strife comes from the drama that's inherently us being ourselves and dealing with our emotions. I think, you know, it's super important that, you know, we do have people in the room that are, you know, capable and ready to tell, you know, those stories from a personal place of authenticity. And even having them in the room doesn't necessarily always translate to that note will get hit or what you see will get done. You know, like I've gotten shut down for giving, you know, Latinx feedback on something. I'm like, hey, that doesn't sound like something a Latino person would say. And, you know, I've been told like, oh, don't worry about it. It's just a smaller note. So, you know, just because I'm there, like, doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, I'm always like, have my ear open and I'm trying to do the best that I can for myself, for the community, for the people that aren't in the room. I think for me, it's really about, you know, like using that, you know, critique, professionally trained eye and ear and other not forms of ableist language. Here I am doing it again too. Like to really test ourselves and like grow and like make sure that, you know, we tell stories that resonate with and for everybody.
If that's what you're trying to do. And I think that's the real hard part right now is there is still a place for everybody's story. I think that's fine. I think we would much rather, speaking for myself at least, love to see a lot of authentic stories across the board than a lot of inauthentic stories that become very samey, right? That becomes flavor of the week, whatever the diversity movement that's big on the news right now, you know, there's going to be a character that represents that, and there's going to be, right? And then everything sort of becomes this sameness as opposed to, oh no, we've been telling a certain story for a long time. Now let's go get all the rest of the stories, but that doesn't exclude the other stories that we've been telling for a long time either.
I also think we've had a bit of a problem in the industry in all drawing from the same well sources. You know, when I started out in the industry, you know, I had interviews where I could just talk about Aliens or Terminator and everyone would be, you know, there'd be the favorite movies and things like that. Tarantino is always referenced, Tolkien, and there definitely is a need for creators to broaden their content in to produce better content out. And so, there are so many great fantasy and futuristic writers that aren't white guys, like N.K. Jemisin or Nnedi Okorafor, or look at what the team behind Into the Motherlands is doing, which is not a video game, it's a tabletop RPG, but it's put together by a diverse team of creators. And Octavia Butler, we need to kind of diversify the sources that we're drawing from, because we're still all growing up with the same kind of movies. Most of us grew up in the 80s with the same kind of sci-fi and fantasy influences. And I think as the younger creators come up through the indie games, they're going to start drawing on more diverse sources as well, which hopefully will create more richer worlds.
How would you say that these pushes to reflect the real world affect how you approach narratives and narrative design? It seems like the kids are already kind of thinking about that stuff.
I think you get it in there in sort of small ways and subtle ways as a writer. As a freelance writer, you don't quite have that amount of power, so you're very beholden to the people you're working with, and you tend to kind of live around the edges to a degree, and it's a balancing act between getting what you want to say into the game, or even like little personal anecdotes and experiences, which I like to kind of fold into my games, kind of personal narrative Easter eggs and that kind of thing. Like my father passed away from Alzheimer's. He was interviewed about the memory he didn't want to lose, which was about the night I was born, where I think he went home from the hospital, drank half a bottle of whiskey, built some snowshoes out of tennis rackets, fell over in the snow a lot, and went to bed with a cat. And I think that I thought that was so lovely that I turned it into one of Lara's father's memories in Rise of the Tomb Raider. And I hadn't been a big fan of the father storyline, and I've been quite open about this. But unless you're sort of heading up a team, it can be difficult to push forward those ideas. So you tend to do it little by little when you're in my kind of position, and sort of it's always a balancing act.
And this becomes part of the irony for that exact thing. The people most in the power to do this are also the people least qualified to do this. So it becomes, and when I put Fogbank together, I was very aware of this. So it becomes beholden to us to say, okay, I've got the power, I'm in the place, I do care passionately about these issues, so I'm going to go forward with this, but I'm going to go forward with this knowing I don't actually know this. So I'm going to have to bring in a broad support group, and I'm going to have to listen to them, because without this, it becomes a failed message, right? It is the diversity version of the "hello, fellow teenagers" meme as the old person comes down, right?
Awesome. Well, I think that is a fantastic note to end on. So thank you, Rihanna, Gary, Juan, and Daniel for joining this discussion about the real world and game worlds. And thank you all for watching.
Mental health. I know it's an uncomfortable topic. It's hard to talk about. Taking a hard look at yourself can be really difficult. Looking in the mirror and knowing something's wrong. But do not be afraid to identify your weaknesses, address your trauma, and do self-work. It can be a painful journey to take on, but you are not alone. We all have our struggles, and there's help out there. We got together some experts for an informational and candid discussion about mental health and the work that still needs to be done.
Hi there, my name is Rebecca Valentine. I am a reporter with IGN, and I am here with an amazing panel of folks here to talk about mental health. I have Anita Sarkeesian, Gordon Bellamy, and Mike Wilson here to talk. Anita, could you please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do and what you're about?
Sure. Yeah. I'm Anita Sarkeesian. I'm the executive director of Feminist Frequency. I'm most known for a series of videos I made called Tropes versus Women in Video Games that, ruffled a few feathers back in the day. And currently, we, as my nonprofit, we are running the Games and Online Harassment Hotline, which is a emotional support, text-based resource for folks who make and play games.
Awesome. Thanks, Anita. Gordon, how about you? Same question.
Hey,
Tell us who you are and what you're about.
Well, I'm Gordon Bellamy. I'm a professor at USC Games. I also lead the gay gaming professionals for the world. And I'm a lifer. I'm all in for games. That's why I'm here.
Awesome. And Mike, how about you?
I've been in the industry for a very long time, similar to Gordon. And I work mostly on the publishing side of things, working with independent developers, most recently with Devolver Digital and Good Shepherd, a couple of all indie labels. And in the past few years, I've gotten involved with TakeThis.org and just anytime somebody wants to talk about mental health in games, I volunteer because I think it's a pretty important issue. And I think games can be really useful for improving mental health.
So I guess just to get things started, the last year has been really hard on all of us. And I think, maybe it's given people, especially in gaming communities, different or new perspectives on mental health. So I guess just how has the last year been for you and how has it changed or not how you think about mental health?
I think coming into this year, I thought a lot about how do we destigmatize discussion about mental health. I think everyone has had the opportunity to take a closer look at their own mental health journey. I guess my hope is that we're going to move in with a new baseline, right? In the same way that we think about physical health.
Well said. I'll jump in and just on top of what Gordon said, I'm somebody that's suffered with on and off with depression for most of my adult life. For an awful lot of people, gaming, online gaming especially, was like really medicinal for a lot of us and really kind of a lifeline. So that really caught my attention, and I'm personally leaning into that pretty strongly, like the idea of gaming for good medicine for people.
To copy Mike, I've dealt with depression for as long as I can remember. And I think that this moment has been really interesting because all of the tools that we have to distract ourselves, or actually speaking for me, is like I travel a lot. I used to travel twice a month. I'd be gone for weeks and weeks at a time. And so it's really easy to not see the depressive patterns in myself, and being like stuck alone in my house for a year, I really had to like spend time with that in a way that, was illuminating and interesting. And challenging.
So Mike and Anita, you both very specifically mentioned the ways in which for you mental health and gaming intersect. And, all of us here are people who are very involved in games and people who care very deeply about, promoting good mental health. So I guess, can we go in a little bit deeper about what it means for gaming and mental health to intersect? What do those two things have in common? Where do they meet?
I think one important thing to remember is that a lot of people use gaming as a coping mechanism when they're not feeling well, whether they've defined themselves as having depression or not, or identified in that way. I would love to be able to direct people to content that will nourish them in the way like we had this huge pandemic hit at Devolver called Fall Guys that wasn't created necessarily to be medicine for people, but that was a lot of the feedback we got from all over the world because it came out right at the height of lockdown, right when people were starting to break in the summer. And it was just reinforcement that like for me, media is like just another kind of nutrition, and there's junk food and there's good food, right?
I think sometimes I struggle to talk about the like games and mental health and the connections and they're there 100%, but I'm so much more interested in how we bring existing mental health infrastructure into the gaming space, and how, so I'm going to just keep plugging my hotline because that's what I'm here to do. But one of the things we do at the hotline is we train our agents who are answering your text messages to have cultural competency in games. So we make sure that they can speak your language, or they speak the language that it will be understood by you, or that, they will understand when you reach out. But you don't need to explain what Twitch is or Discord is. You don't need to explain the infrastructure of your own needs in order to get the support. And I think that is so important because so many of us are like, extremely online and we engage with games and online spaces in a very particular way that the folks who are not just don't speak the same language, even though they want to support us.
It's so important that there are hotlines and that there are known resources that are just there for nourishment, right? Because it is a whole new world that people are having to navigate. Content creators are navigating their own creative journey, and they're navigating a public-facing one where the world is acting on them, okay? Right? In possibly negative ways, okay? Like where the outcome is rarely like, oh, you accomplished this work of art and we love it, is actually not a highly monetized outcome. It's much more interesting to have them be under scrutiny and ridicule and that discourse, right? Like no one is effectively really monetized like good kindness uplift of developers in this public sphere alongside their art. Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. Then these are stories that need to be told, right?
No, I'm just telling you, like, if anybody asks what Devolver's secret sauce is, that's the first word I say is kindness. Like we treat everybody we work with such unexpected levels of kindness that it freaks them out, right? And we don't have to lock anybody down at a contract or own their IP or force them to work with us. They can't wait to work with us. And it's, yes, we have a good team that's good at what we do, but first and foremost in both Devolver and Good Shepherd culture is like anything less than overt kindness is you're not doing your job, right? And that's company culture. And we're a very small company, but we work with an awful lot of developers and ship a lot of games. And so, yeah, we've normalized that. And I try to be as loud about that as I can so that when people are trying to emulate what Devolver's accomplished as a team, that they understand that that's point number one. It's not just that we've got people that love games and know games really well. Everybody has that. But kindness keeps people coming to you and it makes you the first choice, right? So that's a big part of reversing that culture to me, is making kindness is the only cool that matters. And really promoting that.
I was thinking about earlier, I think, Gordon, you asked a question about like getting more specific about what we do with some things. And I was thinking about how I work with a lot of developers, and we're actually at Feminist Frequency working on a training for managers and leaders in the games industry to understand gender-based harm better in their workplace. And I think a lot about like what it means to be a manager and a leader in these spaces. And I like it really does come from us in a lot of ways. So like Mike, what you're talking about of like, okay, well, the leadership of Devolver has to allow space for and teach and bring that kindness in to make sure that everyone is doing that, right? And I was thinking about how like part of, you know, again, we talk about crunch a lot in games, right? It's an issue. It's an important thing to talk about, but there's also lots of other ways of like toxicity happens in game communities. Here's the thing: is the issues around mental health in games are not like limited to individual issues, right? Many of them are rooted in systemic structures and systemic issues. So like the fact that we have these really toxic workplaces that encourage and support and actually force crunch culture is a huge piece of mental health concern, right? I'm trying to say is we can't ask our employees to like be mindful of their mental health and to rest when they need it if we're not also willing to allow a lower output, right? A reduced output. And that's just the reality of like, you got to make a choice here. You can't be spouting like rest and mental health and all and expect the same level of work. And the reality is you're probably going to get a better quality of work at the end of the day, because when we are rested, when we have taken care of ourselves, when we've had breathing room away from our creative projects that are taking up every single brain cell, we come up with the best ideas, right? We come up with the best ways of doing things. And so I think I started this and I didn't finish this by saying I got a text right before this started about how like a friend's publisher was like, hey, it's Friday today was we're recording this, and was like, hey, we need this thing by Monday. And he's like, no, like I'm not doing that to my team. My team has worked so hard. But I think that's some of what we need to normalize as well, right?
I would say lead by example, the same what Anita was saying, demonstrate the behavior that you want to see out of other people, right? And do call them out in a respectful way, and expect that they might not, as Anita said, might not be at that level yet, and might take a mean swipe at you, and you've got to be ready to accept that with grace, and not necessarily accept it, but reflect it with grace, and not just become the part of the problem, right? So it's all those, we're all students and teachers, whether we want to be or not. Like, your behavior is teaching everyone in your orbit how they, it's an example, good or bad, right? So I try to remember that, whether it's in my industry or just in life. Like, you might not want to be a teacher, you might not want to be an influencer or a role model or whatever, but you are. And you're mostly influencing the people that are around you, which tend to be the people you love the most, right? So I think you just take that to your communities that you care about and go, this is how you do it. You don't say that, you just do it,
There's people who have power in this industry to influence people in the right direction, whether that's people who are in charge of studios or in charge of companies or in charge of communities. And then there's individuals who are responsible for themselves and are responsible, not to go online and, tell their favorite developer that they hate them.
Take care of yourself while also thinking about what kinds of impacts you can have in your ways, right? In your ways. Make ripples where you can. And that might be, you are a manager and you are going to learn about how to be a more ethical manager that integrates mental health into your workplace, and you're going to fight for your employees to your bosses who might, right? Like, that's a thing that you can do that is not public facing, but it'll have a big impact on the people you have power over, right? You and your friends are playing like games, and you're in a lobby and someone is saying like awful things, like call it out, because if you can, right? If you are in a space to do that, like call it out, be that person, make it not normal and not okay to hear abusive, predatory language in gaming spaces. Now, I say all of that with the recognition that this is a mental health panel and we all need to take steps back. We all need to check out sometimes. We all need to take care of ourselves. We don't all do well in confrontation, So like, don't feel bad if you need to take time for yourself. And if that's like 6 months, so be it.
Thank you so much for that. I think we're out of time. Really quick before we go, Anita, I know you have your hotline. I would love all three of you plug a mental health resource that you care a lot about that you think is valuable. Go.
Our hotline, you can find out more at gameshotline.org. We're at Games Hotline on all the things. If you want to use us right now, you can go ahead and do that. Just text support to 23368 anywhere in the US, and we'll get with you. We'll talk to you. We'll support you.
TakeThis.org is another lovely organization full of mental health professionals and people from the games industry and that cross section. And they take their work very seriously. And I've been supporting them through Devolver and Good Shepherd, but also personally with my time and also putting my money where my mouth is, because this is an important issue.
I'll plug, gosh, well, I want to just re-plug both of your orgs. It's great. It's great that there is an ecosystem, right, for people to have choices and nuance. And just to go back to Anita's point, I think that the biggest thing people can do is identify who their we is, right? Who is your we? Finding your communities where you truly feel included and authentic is the most important thing that like all of us strive to do. And I guess sort of plug our nonprofit, Gay Gaming Professionals, for those of you LGBTQIA, of course, but that is just one lens. I think everyone out there continuing to find communities around play, around identity, around discussion, where you feel you are your authentic self is the most important thing you can do. Obviously, these very specific mental health resources can augment that, but they should hopefully just be augmenting your day-to-day experience in and around games.
Gordon, Anita, Mike, thank you all so much for doing this. This has been an absolutely wonderful discussion. Hope everybody has a wonderful E3. Take care of yourselves.
Bye.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Rebecca Valentine, for that panel. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you are loved, you are needed. If you need help, it's okay to talk about it. I think that's been the big thing, right, Jackie? I think we are doing better of having the conversation that it's all right not to be all right and talk to people.
Yeah, I mean, life is hard. We all face our own struggles. I think the big thing I took away from that panel is that we can have conversations about this. It's okay to reach out to someone. It's okay to be like, hey, I need help. I'm having a really tough day. I'm in my own head. I'm overthinking stuff. I do it a lot. So I think we can all relate to that. But as you were saying, you know, don't be afraid to reach out for help. And no, we're all going through it. And I'm sure Golden Boy, you can attest to that as well.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I've been working in esports for many years now, and it's always been a thing where it's like people don't like to talk about it. You know, people would view it as a sign of weakness, but it's not. It isn't at all.
It's a sign of strength.
Yeah, it's a sign of strength if you're able to talk about it. You know, whether you are a streamer, content creator, esports professional player, or just a normal gamer, just like us who just love video games, like talk about this stuff. It is important to do so. It is good for you. You know, reach out to loved ones, friends, family. The amazing hotlines that were also provided in that panel as well. Lots of great resources out there. And yeah, let's just keep having a conversation, you know, because I think that's the most important thing in the end.
100%, right? TakeThis.org, Anita's hotline, and FindYourWords.org, a great toolbox for you to get help or help those in your life. But for now, let's move on. It is actually happening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of day one of E3, but there are so many, there's 3 more days ahead of us. Of course, tomorrow will be day 2, and we are talking about a jam-packed show starting at 9:35 a.m. Pacific time with 24 Entertainment. Then, 10 a.m., it's the big one, Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. 12:15, Square Enix. Yes, everybody, I've seen the new Black Panther image they put up today. Don't worry. 2 p.m., Warner Brothers Games is here with Back for Blood. 2:30, it's the PC gaming show. And then at 4:10, it is Future Games. That is just tomorrow. That is the next day. That's what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more to watch tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. Jackie, what are you most excited for?
Gosh, that's so tough. For some reason, Starfield popped up in my head.
I wonder why. Maybe it's a big deal.
Maybe it was a scenario around me, right?
Yeah.
Like, I've watched that teaser trailer so much and have tried to come up with all of these ideas about what it's about. And like, literally, it's just like space, a little satellite thing, and a bunch of colors. And I'm like, why am I reading into this so much? But I want to see more.
Todd Howard, take my money.
Yes, please. But yeah, I think that's the one I'm most excited to see more about. So yeah.
Golden Boy, do I have to ask?
Well, okay. First, I'm going to say very excited to check out Back for Blood stuff tomorrow.
Yes.
I love that game. It is amazing. The folks at WB and Turtle Rock, they're awesome folks. So I'm excited for that. You know, Naraka Blade Point, I played it. We're going to talk about it tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to that. But Halo.
Why don't we even ask him? Exactly. Why don't we even ask?
That's all I want. I just want to be the Master Chief. I just want to shoot some Covenant, some grunts. I just want to live my best life. I want to, take on the brutes. I want to shoot a BR again, an assault rifle. I don't know what it is. I just want to play Halo. I love Halo so much. That's all I care about. So I'm so excited for tomorrow.
Of course, I can't wait to find out all about the unexpected. But if I'm being honest, Square Enix, right?
Yes.
Number one, Marvel's Avengers, because I'm a huge dork. But number 2, there has been a rumor about a different Marvel game from Square, maybe. And so I'll just wait to see if that happens tomorrow. If it doesn't, let's get the media team out here.
Yeah.
You have to be there.
Come on out.
Michael from GameSpot, Dan from Nerdist,
Cue the Saturday Night Live music.
Damon Hatfield, host of IGN's
Get up here.
Come here.
We love you guys.
Is there anything else to make fun of Blessing about? Is there anything else to make fun of him about?
You need to put do your dishes, dog. I love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for Preview Day here at E3 2021. We're back with you, of course, live at 8:45 a.m. Pacific tomorrow as we get ready for 24 Entertainment, Xbox, and so much more. We will see you then. For now, though, have a good night.
Bye.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.